I got 5 eliminations just now. Good luck, mates. I got 5 eliminations just now.
It is showtime.
Nice. Let's jump and land together. Let's jump and land together. Nice. Well done. Well done. Awesome. Help! Please recall me.
Got it.
Well done. Great. Appreciated. Nice. Awesome. Awesome. Well done. Awesome. Great. Nice. Please recall me. Got it. I'm recalling a teammate. Thanks. Well done. Enemies ahead! Help!
हाँ भाई ले लो रिवाइव ले लो मार दो टीम
Get
को
in the car.
वाह वाह
Help!
ले लो भाई रिवाइव ले लो
It's
मैं आपसे
safe
पहले भी बात
here.
कर रहा था
Save me.
जवाब ही नहीं दिया आपने टीममेट है ओके
बंदे को मारो यार, बारिश उतरा भी नहीं है।
Not a problem. Awesome. Nice. Awesome.
ये
Appreciated.
किसने किया अपना नंबर 4 मैं खुद ही मार रहा था उनको गांड मारने की
सर आपने बताया ही नहीं, बता देते मैंने
बताया नहीं तो तेरा रिवाइव क्यों दिया फिर मैंने
हमारा मन ही मन कर रहे जरा पीला आ रहा है।
क्यों किया बैंक कार से नॉक हो गया हमसे वन विन करेगा सारा पोट मारे भोसड़ी वाले ने
The winner is us. We're the best. Help! I won my last match. I won my last match. Let's jump and land together. Let's jump and land together. Well done. Help! Great. Marked a location. Got it. Form up on me. Help! Not a problem. Please recall me. Form up on me. I'll drive. I'm going in. Please recall me. Form up on me.
रिकवर करो
Please recall me. Got it. Please recall me. Nice. Please recall me. Let's go. I'm recalling a teammate. Thanks. Form up on me. Watch out! Watch out! Help! Not a problem. Not a problem. Let's go! Watch out! Watch out! Got it! Awesome! Enemies ahead! Fall back to safe zone! Form up on me. Not a problem.
Ciao Gianni, domani. ये बड़ी अच्छी बात कही आपने।
Help!
तेरी रिवेव शहरी रिवेव वाला है easy خلاص كفاية ريويف باك أصلا موجودة ناسها
Help!
بس اللاكي ولا كان لا باخذها من الأرض गाड़ी को मारो मर जाएगा बस नोक हुआ
Watch out!
लास्ट बंदा उधर है मार को देखो
Marked a location. Watch out!
मार्क पे फायर करो
Watch out!
नंबर 1 मार्क पे फायर करो
Marked a location. Marked a location. Watch out! Watch out!
मैं नंबर 1 वाला तो मैं जीत सकता हूँ यार मैं तुम्हें बोल रहा हूँ मार के ऊपर फायर करो उतना ओपन में जा रहे फिर भी नहीं मार रहे हो والله ما ضيوني مكسر يا ناس خيري
Help!
नहीं करो उसको रिवाइव यार, क्या कर रहे हो नंबर वैसे भी ऑफलाइन होते हैं। नंबर वन आ जाओ, नंबर वन बैक, नंबर वन बैक, नंबर वन। अच्छा यार कुछ बात नहीं बैठ दे दो, इधर बंदा है क्या? ये क्या है टीम? अल्लाह 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 फखूर वाला बहुत फखूर।
Help!
चीज आता तो डबल डॉट हो। मेरा वल्ला बच्चा 400 खराब शी स्प्रे सारी उसकी आवाज पूरी।
Help!
तेरी सॉरी यार तो दे ज्यादा कर दे।
Help!
ये हो रहा शुरू से मैं ग्रेनेड में को जाऊँ एरी में को ग्रेनेड बस ये को बस पे माफ कर एरी प्लीज को बस माफ कर रहा है। वो इंजेक्शन लगाओ इधर, वो इंजेक्शन पे को एरी दा का रेड का चौक का इंजेक्शन
Watch
लगाओ
out!
नंबर 1
Got it!
वो ना के इंजेक्शन लगाओ यार क्या कर रहे हो नंबर 1 ना
Help!
नंबर 1 आ जा इंजेक्शन लगा जल्दी इंजेक्शन लगा जल्दी 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 एरी का गलत को एरी फख में नशे बच्चों शेर कराए प्यारे पाकिस्तान का आओ बच्चों शेर कराए प्यारे पाकिस्तान नंबर वन आजा रश करे नंबर वन Mereka tim pemuji kan belakang wah do daro sama play kana pemuji mereka
Help! Marked a location. Got it.
para यार वो लोग वो प्लान है बस फायर निकलो
Help! Watch out! Mark the location.
Dear PUBG Mobile fans, we are delighted to invite you to the 2025 PUBG Mobile World Cup at the Esports World Cup in Riyadh, KSA. This exciting event will take place from July 25th to August 3rd at the Boulevard City. We've prepared tons of event perks, such as the PMWC Avatar Frame, Esports Passion Set, Esports Passion Parachute, and tons more items. Let's check out how you can get all these rewards. During the tournament, go to the Pandora event page via Lobby, Event Center, Esports to join the event. Morlin from SEA, Top from CSA, Pedrinho from the Americas, Silas from the EU, and Prestige from MENA will guide you through the 5 major parts of the event. They consist of tournament celebration, prediction rewards, esports shop, themed outfit, and champion challenge. Join these activities to earn rewards and collect esports tokens to redeem even more gifts in the esports shop. The more esports tokens you collect, the better rewards you'll get. You can get up to 2,870 esports tokens from the prediction event. It takes place from July 23rd to August 5th and consists of 3 stages that coincide with the tournament: group stage, survival stage, and grand finals. During the group stage, get 20 esports tokens by predicting the 8 teams you think will advance directly to the grand finals. Each correct prediction will grant you an additional 60 tokens. Make a total of 3, 6, and 8 correct predictions to get 300, 680, and 720 tokens, respectively. You'll get another chance during the survival stage to guess the other 8 teams that will make it to the grand finals. The rewards are the same as the group stage. During the grand finals, you must try and predict the ultimate champion. Just predicting will grant 30 tokens, and a correct prediction will grant 400 tokens. If you're unsure about your predictions, you can let your friends' predictions guide you. Find someone reliable, copy their predictions, and wait to be rewarded. The 3 prediction rounds take place on July 27th, July 30th, and August 3rd at 10:45 UTC 0. Rewards are issued the second day after each stage ends at 4 a.m. UTC 0. You'll receive esports tokens based on your prediction results. Note, esports tokens don't expire and can be used in future esports events. Who do you think will be the ultimate champion? Join the 2025 PMWC event and share your predictions. Invite your friends to join the predictions and watch the tournament unfold.
The highly anticipated addition to the Mummy series outfits is here. Paired with the new Ice Tube Glider, the Polar Spectrophage set is just what you need to freeze your enemies. Or send them ablaze with the Inferno Fiend set's new upgradable Chain Inferno Uzi. All the Mummy outfits are back. Get them all. Join now and collect the whole series to turn all eyes on the battleground. Event period, July 10th, 2025 through September 2nd, 2025. New Pulsar Legionnaire available now. First outfit with special head animations and voice lines. The Pulsar Legionnaire set comes with its own super cute voice lines that can be toggled on or off.
What happened? Bye, friend. Hello, Earth. I'm here.
Before. That's not all. Even more rewards await. Event period, July 25th, 2025 through August 26th, 2025. What are you waiting for? Get the new Guild set now.
Cybertron's future is near. Autobots, roll out! This planet reeks of weakness. Your courage reignites my spark. We'll crown a new lord of Cybertron. All for freedom. A victory for all, CP.
everybody to the final day here at the PUBG Mobile World Cup at the Esports World Cup 2025. By the end of today, keys will be crushed and a brand new champion will be crowned.
But whose key is going to survive Veracity? Could it be Yangon Galacticos? Could it be Alpha Gaming? Or will another team rise up and claim that trophy?
We've already had favorites like Alpha 7 being knocked out of the running, and we've also got teams like R8 who have crumbled under the pressure of national pride and intense competition. So one thing is for certain, absolutely anything can happen.
Yep, in these final hours, we will know exactly how this journey ends.
Let's go!
Let's go.
We are here for the most important day at PMWC 2025. My name is Maxman, joined by Taylor Reflections, and we're here to break down the smash rules of how things are going to be working out for today. Of course, here the point threshold is what you want to try and overtake. If you are one of the lucky few that make it over the point threshold, if you can get a chicken dinner, you might just be crowned our PMWC 2025 Grand Champion. So, currently the point threshold is standing at a high 128 points.
Very high indeed, especially for multiple rosters who need to catch up. But it was Yangon Galacticos who ended up setting the point threshold at 128. But it doesn't guarantee victory. Alpha Gaming, APG, they're nipping on their heels, just 1 point away. So the chance for them to catch up is very real. Locking it in early is going to be critical if you want to keep other teams away from reaching a point threshold themselves. So Maxman, everybody loves your predictions. Give me a spicy one. Who's taking it all?
Oh, I'm so happy you're asking me this, Reflections. I'm going to go and predict...
Hey! Okay, well, if he doesn't want to give it 7 to blank, I leave it to you.
I've been having to pretty much babysit Max on not making any predictions, so good job, Max, on not making one, but I'm going to be making one. I have Alpha Gaming becoming the champion today, and they're going to be doing it via Smash Roll.
A bold prediction, Sezan. 1 point off the first place, thinking they might win the game. I mean, it's kind of out there. You're not going to for something a little bit less out there. It's Weibo, those Chinese teams. I'm a big super fan of them. But they're pretty good at what they do. Let's see if they can actually turn up those heats. But DRX7.
DRX, and how about those bottom teams too? Not even the ones that are going to be contending for the championship. They could be hindering some performances at the top.
Absolutely. Indonesia also trying to run for it, make a gambit for that top place. Let's check in with Alter Ego and see how they're doing and what they're lining up for today.
Kalau ditanya tentang konsistensi, mau kita sisa berapa orang pun, ya itu tentang kepercayaan diri lagi sih, sama mental satu sama lain. Jadi kayak ya udah, kalau mental lu bagus, lu bakalan dapat hasil yang bagus juga.
Alter Ego Aries.
Kalau ditanya untuk perasaan saya sih, jujur ya seneng banget lah dengan hasil yang kita dapat, karena kita benar-benar nggak nyangka juga bisa mendapatkan hashtag 1. Jadi kita harap semoga positive vibe-nya terus berlanjut lah sampai di final nanti.
Personally, I'm very excited to see Alter Ego take home the first place in the group stage, because it's been a hot minute since we've seen an SEA team be so dominant on the global stage ever since Vampire Esports in PMWI 2 years ago. So the fact that they were already into the grand finals with their slot is very exciting to see if they can maybe bring home a global trophy back to SEA.
Alter Ego's mowing down fourth rise, pushing forward, looking to take down APG, and they will do exactly that.
A beautiful chicken dinner coming through from Alter Ego.
Jujur kalau dari aku pribadi pasti ada yang meningkatnya karena di mana kita pasti banyak fans yang mengharapkan hal yang lebih kan daripada kita kan buat membuktikan itu semua. Cuman kembali lagi dari diri sendiri gimana cara mendakapinya. Cuman gue harap sih kita nggak bakalan kepressure banget sih dengan itu. Malahan jadi motivasi lah kalau bisa.
Alter Ego and Forthright, the major threats in this lobby. Oh, wow, but getting that knock is huge. Maybe Alter Egos can start to push up, mind you.
When it comes to the reason why they were so successful in the group stage, I'd have to put it down to 3 players, Krypton and also the side of Rosemary in terms of fragging power. They've been very efficient when it comes to just eliminating everyone in the lobby. There's a chance that they could do really well at that stage.
5,000 damage by himself? Yo!
It is going to be incredibly rough to make it out of those matches alive.
Wow, look at how active Alter Egos are getting. They are taking the fight to everybody and they are winning.
Kalau ditanya untuk strategi khusus atau apapun itu di final sebenarnya nggak ada, jadi kita ngelakuin hal yang sama aja kayak di group stage. Cuman mungkin ada beberapa yang random mungkin yang bakal kita lakuin, cuman itu kita nggak tahu, kita bakal lihat nanti tentang keputusan coach saja nanti paling.
It would mean everything to Indonesia if they can finally claim another global trophy, because the last time that happened was back in Malaysia in 2019 with Bigatron. So of course if anyone can make it happen this time around, it would have to be Alter Ego.
Untuk fans Alter Champs dan fans gua pribadi mau dari manapun itu tetap support gua, doain kita juga mau kita lagi di atas atau di bawah. Ya intinya support dari kalian tuh kita butuh banget dan doa dari kalian juga kita benar-benar butuh. Dan jangan lupa untuk ya bangunin mental kita lah dengan komenan kalian atau apapun itu yang kalian buat ke kita. Pasti kita sangat happy gitu dengan itu. Thank you.
A moment that will live throughout the entire history of PUBG Mobile esports, as we now have 2 teams sat at the precipice, just about reaching the position of Olympus to join the gods. But will anybody challenge them at number 1? Yangon Galacticos, Alpha Gaming. These 2 teams are about to reach immortality for our grand finals. Day number 3 here for PMWC. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kalaris. Joining me to my left-hand side, it's Seven Worlds Gaming, it's Neptura, it's Maxman. This is the Jamil Motorsports Arrival as these teams are leaving the hotel, making their way here to the stage, and one of them will become gods. Seven, it's a big day here for PUBG Mobile esports.
It is. I want to see which teams are going to be shining, which teams are going to be crumbling. We've seen it happen in the past in finals. I'm hoping that it's not going to happen here on the final day of PMWC at EWC.
Neptura?
I just really want to see a Smash rule come into play. We tried. We almost were there in PMGO. We've seen it a couple of times in the regional tournaments. But at a global, we want to see it happen. It's looking like there's a very good chance of it happening today, so I want to see it.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I'm also excited, of course, for who's going to be crowned the champions at the end of today, but also the prize pool increases significantly even in the middle of the pack. So just increasing 3, 4, 5 extra rankings, you could be bringing home a lot of extra moolah.
Let's take a look at the Qadir top players here from our current days from the grand final and see exactly how all of this has gone down. Obviously, we start things off with Alpha Gaming because 7, it looked like Yangon Galacticos was going to run away with this tournament. Hands down, we had very few hopes for a lot of these teams, but they've stepped up. They are challenging their position.
And even though Yangon is currently one of the favorite teams for a lot of people, a lot of viewers, I have been super impressed with what APG has been able to achieve throughout this finals. Even from day 1, they have been able to fix their mistakes. Doc is now staying with the team. They're playing a lot more compact, and it's something that I want to continue to see coming into today. Coming into today, though, there's one player that definitely needs to step it up for APG, and it's going to be none other than Top. If we look at anybody throughout that squad, you see Doc with 27, Ilan, Srifaz with 21, Seal with 18. Once you get to Top, he only has 12, and for a player of that caliber, Max, he needs to step it up.
He needs to step it up big time. You know, of course, Yola has already won a PMGMC in the past. We're looking at Top, we're looking at Doc, 2 players who you know are hungry to win one of these big global events, and this might be their one opportunity in a long time.
Well, I'll get your thoughts in a moment here, Neptura, as we are ready for a lovely surprise before we begin day number 3 here of PMWC. So let's head over to the stage.
Hello, PUBG Mobile fans in Riyadh and all around the world. My name is James Yang, Senior Director of Global Esports Center at Level Infinite. 2025 is shaping up to be our most exciting year yet, and I'm thrilled to announce what's ahead for PUBG Mobile Esports this year, starting with the biggest event, PUBG Mobile Global Championship. This year's PMGC will feature 39 world's best teams battling for the glorious champion. 16 slots for grand finals will be decided through 3 stages. The Gauntlet. 16 top teams will fight for 6 slots. This new stage will provide more excitement and opportunities. Group stage. 32 teams including bottom top teams from the Gauntlet and 22 teams from each region will fight for 8 slots. There are 2 groups, so top 4 of each group will take the slots. Last chance. 16 teams from group stage will fight, and only the winner take 1 grand final slot. The last slot will be given to the host region invite. Then, who will be invited to the Gauntlet stage, and who will be for the group stage? The Gauntlet includes the top 2 to 3 teams from each region based on fall ranking. The group stage welcomes the next best performers by PMGC point. Let's see the top teams of current PMGC point leaderboards. I'm sure you will recognize some familiar logos, but it's still all to play for, and anyone can be on top. Okay, here is the eye-opening news for you. We are updating the map pool starting from 2025 PMSL Fall. Sanho will be replaced by Rondo, joining the map pool with Erangel and Miramar. In response to player feedback, we are keeping the recall system in Rondo, letting teammates revive in match, bringing esports gameplay closer to the authentic PUBG Mobile experience. Only Rondo will have the recall system, others not. While the Blue Zone stage standard, some key changes such as Sentry Guard and drops will make the change the course of fight. The sharp system remains disabled to ensure balance. These all changes will bring a more exciting strategy and action-packed highlights to keep us at the edge of our seats. Now, besides tournaments, let's talk about PUBG Mobile esports story that involves everyone, including players, teams, everyone, and you. Take part in this amazing community with their own PUBG Mobile story. Southeast Asia fans may recognize Glue Squad from the community team to the top of PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia. Fans in Africa may have heard about the name Memohito, the first female player reached top 3 in Kenya series. In Nepal, with Sahora Esports celebrate to play PMWC Grand Finals for the first time. This all proves anyone can be the one. Also, I'd like to share more personal stories. Team Nile's 11011 enemy, who, despite managing limited mobility due to sickle cell disease, pushes past his limit and even earned an MVP and represented Nigeria in the 2024 competition in Saudi Arabia. The representatives from the Turkic community of gamers without disabilities have also shared their stories of how PUBG Mobile helped them create a supportive group of PT players, bring them together to form genuine connections. We also saw the soccer celebrity Rick Carlson finding love through PUBG Mobile, and our pro player fathers stood proudly to give all their love and support to their son, just like Silas and Elhaya's dad, as their #1 fans. We'll be sharing more of this touching story, and one day, your story will shine too. That's all from me. We can't wait for the next chapter of PUBG Mobile Esports. See you on the battleground. Be the one. Thank you.
Thank you so much, James. And so, hi everyone. Have you heard about Next Star? This is PUBG Mobile's official program for content creators. Whether you have followers or not, if you love the game, you're welcome to join. Since 2021, Next Star has helped thousands of creators, help grow them with funding, in-game perks, and of course, official partnerships. Anyone can be a star. The program offers a total annual prize pool of over $6 million, plus exclusive in-game rewards and collaborations. The best creators will even get official annual awards. And now, it is going global, because starting August the 3rd, Next Star is officially open in MENA, Western Europe, North America, Eastern Europe, Southeast Asia, South America, LATAM, and Africa. So, if you've ever wanted to share your PUBG Mobile moments and build your own community, now is your chance. All you need is passion, and we will help with the rest. So if you want in, just scan the QR code to apply, and of course follow all of our channels for the latest updates. We can't wait to see you there. Good luck, and we'll see you on the battleground.
Thank you very much, James Yang and Barney Banks as well. In the face-off between the two, though, I think James Yang was able to win out there in those presentations. And interesting, exciting news coming in. Seven Neptura as well as Maxman joining me here to talk about this. Neptura, Rondo coming to esports properly. Sandhawk gone, stricken against the rocks.
Rondo, let's go!
Oh, yeah!
We have been playing this map for ages. We love it. I'm so excited to see it coming into esports. I'm slightly sad because Sandhawk's my favorite. I'm sad.
Seven's too.
But, hey, Seven.
Yep.
Okay, so, yeah,
Unreal.
Rondo, I love Rondo. It's really, really good. I can't believe that just happened.
No, it's
but,
fine.
you know, the recall system as well is going to be really, really interesting to see how that comes into fruition with all these esports players, you know, all the professionals coming in, getting those strategies involved as well. I think it's going to be really interesting to see how this evolves that strategy, how it evolves the meta, and what kind of changes we'll see from the other maps.
Very different tools, Max. We got to cast it yesterday, had a great time with that, and also we now also know how the road to PMGC is going to unfold as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really fun to see how the teams are going to try and qualify going into PMGC, especially because now Rondo's going to be there, so I know the Horror Esport are going to be loving the new map rotation this time around because, of course, they did get the win yesterday on the show matches. But no, Rondo in particular, I think I've been waiting for a big change in PUBG Mobile Esport in the map rotation, and we're finally getting it here in the later stage of 2025, so I'm beyond excited to see what the meta is going to be on that map.
As much as I love Sandhawk, I'm actually excited with the way that we're going to be seeing Rondo being able to revive your teammates. We saw it happen yesterday during the show match as well. APG, I think it was Doc, the last one alive. He ended up reviving 3 of his teammates. And as long as you don't predict Hora, I'm pretty sure they'll continue to win.
Okay. Sure, I won't do that.
We're going to have to bake it into our contracts, Max. So only we're allowed to cast Rondo from now on.
I like that.
I wouldn't hit that. You guys were great, actually. I learned about Rondo hearing you guys talking about it.
You're nice to me. Oh, that's weird.
If you had to equate how much you learned from me versus Max, man, what would you say? Me, like,
I would say a solid 99 and 1.
Jeez Louise.
Okay, I take that.
You said I was being too nice, so.
James Yang did say you could be the one. There you go.
I am the... No, I'm the hashtag one.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. All right, let's move on then. A lot of things to be excited for PUBG Mobile Esports here, but we've got to talk about PMWC, of course, because we've got the Conqueror reactions coming in from everything that was going on Neptura throughout these last 2 days. Emotions were riding high for some of these teams, but Yangon looking fantastic.
They really are. Just 10 points left until they hit that match cutoff, right? Or cutoff point, rather. So Sandhawk, if they can just do that, that's not even a hard threshold to reach, right? 10 points in one game for these teams, the way they've been going at least, not all that difficult. I would like to see them do that thing again. I think the way the zones have been going, the way they've been able to handle the zones over the last 2 days, if we see those same zones today, they have an excellent chance of actually making it and smashing.
Honestly, even if we don't see the same zones, the way that this team plays, I was talking with Blank and we kind of both agree that this team just plays to win. They let everybody else fight it out. They don't really worry about anything that's going on. And yesterday they showcased that perfectly, being able to third party. One thing I am looking forward to seeing the most, Max, is seeing if they get the 10 points here in Sandhawk, if they can finish it on the second match, because this team has gotten back-to-back wins on the second game every single day of the finals.
It's going to be really a tough one going into this one, how they're going to be playing it out. I mean, Yangon Galacticos are the quintessential wide-rotating team. I even talked to Falcons, like, how are you guys feeling about Yangon? They're like, they wide-rotate, and they just keep getting the circle. It's because the rotates are good. They find the path of least resistance every single time in the circle, and so far as you can see on the leaderboard, it's been working out.
All right, so here we are. Let's spell it out for you. If Yangon Galacticos gets 10 points, they're then eligible to move into the Smash Zone, correct?
Exactly.
Likewise, Alpha Gaming, 11 points, able to move into the Smash Zone. Those two teams are head and shoulders above the rest. If they smash, the tournament is over 7, and there's a very real possibility with how they're playing that it could occur here today.
It is. I honestly, going into the second game, I think both of these teams might end up passing that threshold with the day that they've been playing. We saw what Alpha Gaming was able to do yesterday, Nectara.
Yeah, absolutely. I love how they've been playing that yesterday.
Alpha Gaming and Yangon Galacticos get those 10 points, they're not going to have a lot of time. Are they going to try and target them, though, knowing that they're going to be willing to go and take that risk?
One team that I'm going to be looking at targeting, especially if they don't start off hot in Sandhawk, is going to be Alter Ego. Because after
They had some really, really good controlling angles, particularly in Erangel, but since the finals have started, we just haven't seen that from them. So if they go back to that, again, yeah, they start trying to control other teams. They
single one of these placements, Max, to try and scramble above your competitors.
Thundertalk in particular, at the bottom of the rankings, right? They've had so many limbs, very little placement points. If we can see them have a decent day today, maybe they could just able to jump up onto the first page, and that prize point increase would be huge for the side of Thundertalk. So even if you're at the bottom, you still have a lot to play for in this final day.
The question all the way at the top from me, Seven, is what do these teams... You constantly have to target them if you want to try it, or do you protect what you currently have in terms of prize pool? Because there's still a lot of money for third place, fourth place, fifth place, etc., etc.
I think the tone will be set after Sandhawk, depending on where the top 5, depending on where they end up in Sandhawk, what the gap is going to be looking like going into the later matches. Then we might start seeing a little bit of targeting, especially if we end up seeing a little bit of gap here and there. They're still close, so it's along the lines of what you were saying, Max. They are going to be fighting for the prize pool.
Yeah, well, this is Jamil Motorsports arrival here for all of these teams to get ready and good to go. You can see the tension rising here for some of these teams, again, especially for those two towards the top, Max. You were saying?
No, I was going to say, actually, if we see one of the two top teams actually make it in the Smash Zone in the first game, the entire lobby is going to be an absolute shambles because the tournament could end the very next game. Do you want to try and go for Hail Mary send, hot drop the top team so they can't get the smash? Do you want to try and slow down your main competition just above you? Do you just want to play it safe and get points so you can hopefully get high in the rankings? This is why I love Smash rules so much. It changes the whole dynamic of how your last day really goes down, what the strategy is for these teams. In CSA, it was all over the place, and I think we might have something very similar here for PMWC.
And with that, what you're saying is I'm starting to think about Yangon Galacticos. They need to make sure that they actually get within the Smash Zone, Neptura, because if they don't, this is a team. We just mentioned it. They tend to just play their game. They tend to just play for the win, and if for some reason APG is able to cross that Smash Zone, I don't see Yangon Galacticos being aggressive enough to try to hunt down APG.
Yeah, I think that they're very sort of, they take advantage of the opportunities that they're given, right? And I think they do that very well, but I do see your point as well, where it's like when they're actually confronted in a very aggressive way, like some of these teams are bound to want to do, Yangon might just falter a little bit, and that's a bit of a concern for today.
I don't think they're going to falter. Like, look at their graph here. It's so consistently just going up. Every point, they bring in points on the board. Every single battleground. And the thing is, because of their wide rotates, they always get into the circle. They always get to that middle to late game section, meaning they're getting a few limbs, a few placement points. 10 points is not even a win. It's like a podium, maybe even a top 5 with a few eliminations. That could be very easily achievable for Yangon Galacticos.
Very rarely do we see the graph like that. Very rarely do we see two teams being able to just protrude over the other teams, dwarf the other teams at an international tournament like this. And it does concern me, Seven, especially when it comes to the pressure that will start mounting on those two teams in particular today. But I think there's a different dynamic for the pressure for those two teams, because I think Yangon Galacticos may crumble to the pressure a bit harder than Alpha Gaming. Alpha Gaming is absolutely a veteran roster that I think might have the perseverance today to be able to overcome that pressure. What do you think?
I was over here smirking because I was just waiting for you to say the words. I was waiting for you to say, yeah, Alpha Gaming is full of MVPs. Alpha Gaming is full of PMGC MVPs as well. They've been here. They have that experience. And to be honest, I don't see them crumbling. And this is why I just continue to pick this team. I don't see Alpha Gaming letting off the gas, especially with the way they're playing.
It's kind of crazy because I think for a lot of us, having watched PUBG Mobile Esports for so long, it's kind of destiny against the dream, right? The fact that Alpha Gaming on one side has the destiny laid out before them. We always think that they're going to win an international tournament, Max, but then the dream of Yangon Galacticos, these young kids coming from Myanmar, nobody really expected them to be able to take this position, but here they are, potentially going to win one of the big ones.
You would ask anyone if they predicted Yangon Galacticos before this tournament. I could tell you that number is extremely low. The dream is alive right now, 118 points, creating currently a massive gap between themselves and third place. And then you have Alpha Gaming. We've been supporting Star Wars back in the day, Collage, for ages, never winning a global event. This tournament would mean so much to especially Top and Doc to join up onto Ziol, and Ziol could also confirm his second global trophy. This would be a massive achievement if they can make it happen, but again, the pressure is going to be high.
Let's take a look at the power rankings here and boil everything down. You were saying, Neptura?
I was indeed saying something that I want to see. I'm curious to see, because Alpha Gaming, right, they play so well, and as Seven mentioned, Top was not on his best form, right? This is a star-studded roster, and if APG win like that, play like that with Top not being his best, if he comes in today at the top of his game, APG are just going to fly through everybody.
Champions potentially here, Yangon Galacticos and Alpha. Villains in who could upset the balance here, Seven. And maybe they're really outside comebacks, but I think a lot of eyes might be on some of those villains to upset the balance for today.
My favorite role when it comes down to finals day, championship Sunday, it comes down to those teams that just have absolutely nothing to lose. Now you're going to be seeing all the way to the right of villains, Power. The reason why I want to see what Power is going to be doing in regards to villains is because this team has just been so aggressive. Remember, at one point in day one, Neptura, they ended up with 30 eliminations, 0 placement points. So for those teams at the top, maybe trying to hunt them down, they better watch out for those villains.
Absolutely. I think them and also Four Thrives are two teams that I think would definitely hot drop one of the top two teams if they get the chance. I could see them doing that. We've seen Four Thrives hot drop all the time, even when we don't want them to. So for them, they're in the top 8. they're not too far behind. This could be very advantageous for both of those teams to actually do that.
I just want China back on top, man. I've been waiting ever since Nova Esports has got back-to-back PMGC. But since then, except maybe Tiomba got relatively close at one point, I want a Chinese team here to dominate. Weibo, you know what, Suk, maybe drop the explosive bow. Maybe pick up a DBS on S12K. Maybe then it will be enough to climb back into the top 2.
Quick predictions then. Who's taking it?
APG.
APG.
I'm staying quiet. No, I'm not touching. I'm not touching that with a 10-feet pole. I'm getting it away from this.
That is fair. That is fair. It's an exciting time. It's an exciting day. And it's an exciting road that we've been on here for PMWC, because we now have an opportunity to crown a new PMWC champion. We have either the dream, the destiny, or destruction here for day number 3 of the grand finals. Let's do this.
The defending champions will not be going through to the finals.
Absolutely insanity.
This is a sad sight for Alpha 7.
Thrives on top again and again. Power has more control over the circle.
Alter Egos are looking like the top dogs here.
It all comes down to this. 16 teams, $3 million, and 1 trophy. This isn't just any tournament. This is a legacy in the making. My name is Barney Banks, and I am your host for the PMWC at the 2025 Esports World Cup. We've seen unbelievable plays, we've seen heartbreaks, and we've seen comebacks. But now only one thing changes. Today, Smash Rule comes into play. So get loud and get ready as we introduce your teams to the main stage for one final time, starting with the next generation of players from Turkey. They are IDA Esports. Dominating day 1 and 2 of the finals. Can they cross the finish line in style? Yangon Galacticos! After dominating their region, they were crowned champions of PEL, but they are in need of a spectacular Smash Sunday. It's Thunder Talk Global! Entering this tournament as the reigning club champions. They are also the reigning champions of PMSL Europe and finishing top 3 in their past 2 global events. It is Team Falcons! After closing day 2 in glorious fashion, can they bring a global trophy back to Indonesia? It's Alter Ego Aries! Your reigning champions of PMSL Southeast Asia, E-Arena! They made light work of the group stage. They are the only team from Pakistan to ever make it to a global grand final. They are 4 Thrives Esports. A familiar face on the main stage. They are your 2025 Rivals Club champions, Nongshim Red Force. The enigma of the PMWC, battling their way to the finals. They are Team Secret. Your hometown heroes, and the last MENA team standing, it is Power Esports. On paper, they stand out above the rest. A team with 3 global MVPs. Alpha Gaming! Their player, Silas, has the chance to secure the global Grand Slam right here. They are the reigning PMGO champions. It's Regnum Carrier Esports. The all-star lineup of PEL with 2 PMGC MVPs on the roster. It's Weibo Gaming! The team who smashed their way through the survival stage. They are Hora Esports! Champions of the PUBG Mobile Pro Series, and currently in 5th place on our leaderboard from Korea, DRX. And finally, can the veterans secure a global title at the PMWC? Turkey's very own Fire Flux Esports! Each of these teams began their journey with the same dream, to become champions. And now, 6 maps, 6 efforts, 6 chances at glory. Some were favourites, some were underdogs, but all of them gave us unforgettable moments that reminded us of why we love this game. And so, we come to the final chapter of a truly incredible story, and we want to see how this will end. So, to the players, this is your moment. And to the fans around the world, welcome to Smash Sunday!
There were so many good teams entering the group stage here at PMWC 2025. We had 4 Thrives, Alpha Gaming, the side of Horror Esports. All of the CSA teams were looking so incredibly good at the start. And of course, Weibo with Order and Sugda had a lot of hope behind this team as to could they possibly make into the finals. And to make into the top 8 was always going to be incredibly rough at that stage. When it comes to the team that impressed me during the group stage here at PMWC, one team instantly comes to mind, and that's going to be 4Thrives. Every player performed exceptionally well. You're looking at T24OP, Faluk, IQSG, IGL, but especially Noki stepped up big time, able to secure some really key chicken dinners in the group stage, and able to secure themselves the second place to move on into the final. Well, my favorite moment in the group stage, I think it would have to be the almost 1v3 clutch from Noki on 4Thrives against Alpha 7 and Miramar. That clutch would have just been absolutely historical for the Pakistani region as a whole, and it didn't quite work out for him, but it highlights again how good Noki is as a fragger and how he can clutch up in really key moments just like this.
Survival stage was full of opportunities for teams that weren't able to qualify to grand finals via group stages, especially with the top dogs from group stages not being there. Opportunity, that's pretty much what it came down to. One of the teams that surprised me the most was actually Power Esports. This team was a completely different team from what we saw during group stages, being able to be more aggressive. On top of that, getting those chicken dinners. Hopefully, this kind of game style that we saw out of them in survival stage will translate going to the grand finals. When you think about dreams being crushed, there's only one team that comes to mind, and that is none other than the defending champions, Alpha 7. Coming into PMWC at EWC 25 this year, Alpha 7 was one of the favorite teams, being the defending champions. But what we saw out of this team was not champion caliber gameplay. It was actually very lackluster gameplay, indecisions, and just calls that this team had never made before. And this has been a pattern for this team when it came down to global events. It is a big wake-up call for Alpha 7. For me, the best moment, as much as it pains me to say this, it came down actually after the last match, when Hora Esports, a team that nobody has been counting, especially when you think about it from last year, they just look over towards Alpha 7 and they did this.
For the grand finals, I expect nothing less than the best that these teams have to offer. They have proven to us that they deserve to be here, and so now we want to see them perform one last time. The stakes have never been higher at PMWC. Not only do we have a $3 million prize pool, an epic trophy, and the all-important key, we also no longer have Alpha 7, which means we are guaranteed a new champion to both claim those prizes and crush every other team's key.
All right, it's time to rev up those engines because we have one final day here for PMWC as all of these players get ready to head on into Sandhawk to determine who is going to become our champion live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We have Seven, we have Neptura, we have Maxman. Maxman did enough talking in that segment. So Seven, the analyst, what do you think coming into our first Sandhawk?
I mean, we already said anything there is to say in regards to some of these top teams. I think we got to look at the middle of the pack, Maxman. You even said there's just so much money at stake. You're going to be looking at DRX, you're going to be looking at Ida Esports, one team that was able to step it up yesterday, 4Thrives. They're looking to move up on the leaderboard and trying to see if they can possibly get a top 5.
We had a glimpse of the group stage again here yesterday in their matches. Definitely a lot more presence on the Miramar in particular, leaving Picardo, able to get so many extra points on that chicken dinner. Very impressive from Pakistan. Again, the first time ever we've seen a Pakistani team here in a global finals. Can they jump way high in the leaderboard? That is going to be their main goal for today.
Yeah, and it's really nice to see them not only be the first, but to be the first that's so strong as well. 4Thrives coming in, showing what they're made of, making other teams respect them. A little bit of a falter in day 1, day 2, but coming back really, really good into day 3. I'm very excited to see if they can contend that top 2 position.
You've got so many storylines that are just going to be colliding in all of these matches. Possibly 6 matches, maybe way less, we'll have to see. But also, MVP. Who could it be? So far, there's so many contenders at the top. You're looking at Alpha Gaming. Doc is currently leading, followed up by Reefers, which is a big surprise. Zol is currently in 4th position. There's a high chance Alpha Gaming could be taking at least 1 award at the end of today.
That is true. That Sony Grand Finals MVP will be focused on towards the very end. There are some big names, Seven, that could be taking that spot.
Yeah, I think right now, you mentioned it, Max, top. Doc, I mean, Top actually needs to be able to improve with what we were saying earlier. Doc, with the way that he's been able to just continue to play, continue to improve on the performance, and at times, a player that would usually be the one that gets first eliminated for his squad, that's not the case anymore coming into this grand finals.
He's kind of been saving the day, actually, surviving at the solo in these matches and able to get extra placement points, as we see right now, was very, very impactful to allow them to just stay just behind Yangon Galacticos. But I think one player we were talking about quite a bit for Alpha Gaming Neptura was Reefers. The player that's been way more silent in PMSL CSA, but he's really just like Noki for 4th Drive, just risen up to glory.
Yeah, it's really nice to see a lot of those players that you can kind of call support players, right? They're the ones that are making the things work for those fraggers to come in and sweep the lobby. But it's so nice to see them come into their own limelight as well. You've got Reefus coming in, some really good angles, some really good hits, great shots. He's doing very well. He's getting into that MVP position, and that's just making Alpha Gaming that much stronger.
Let's get to it then. Sandhawk is on the cards for our first game of the day. Will the Assassins come at the two kings at the top here for our first match? Let's head over to the commentators.
The bookend map for the PMWC here live in Saudi Arabia at the Esports World Cup. We started so long ago on Sandhawk, and of course this will be the beginning of the end for these teams today. So close to that smash rule coming into effect, and as Barney Banks said down on the stage, it's gonna be Smash Sunday. There's gonna be intensity, action, blood, sweat and tears. 15 of these keys will be crushed blank, and only one squad will walk away champions.
15 teams battling it out to dismount Yangon Galacticos from the top. The two kings in APG and Yangon Galacticos sitting high upon those thrones. Can those teams underneath dismount them? Like Kale says, it's a wonder here, but we'll give Sandhawk to start things off in just a short moment. No smash ruling will come effect on this first match. It's all about getting over that match point.
That's what we're working with. We'll keep you up to date as things flow, as the teams start to show us what they're made of today. But all you can do, if you're watching at home or in the arena here live, give these teams your energy. Make some noise in that building and show us how excited you are for these games.
We're cutting across Sandhawk directly horizontal like a slice from a katana. Which one of these teams will be sharp enough in this game to get above of that match point at 128 and take this whole tournament home? Or will we go all 6 maps today? We can only wait and see as all the teams get out the plane and situated on this match. It looks like Power and 4th Drive are not done on their duel up towards Hatted.
It's been a fitting name for Power because it has been a power struggle between these two teams. It's happened again and again. We'll see if they actually learn and have some reservations. Obviously, the first time it was Power that pulled it off. Second game, it was 4th Drive that came out on top. And this time, they both call it quits on the adjustment drops.
Well, move for Power here. They know they're in 10th place. Going to push this further. Surprisingly, 4th Drives are actually over the top of them with 68, but middle portion of these points is so interchangeable, and the interchangeability does mean massive swings in cash and glory as you head further and further up those tables. We're going to sit ourselves over towards the eastern side, which does, surprisingly, or not so surprisingly with the circle look that we've seen from them, Yangon Galacticos in a great position in Paradise Resort.
A team that has proved so much in such a short space of time. Tons of talent, very exciting to watch, and I think it's been quite an amazing storyline with how obviously some of us were looking at this thinking, yeah, okay, you're kind of making it work, but is the consistency there? Is this sustainable? Is this repeatable? And I mean, all we've had from the playoffs has been a big resounding yes again and again and again.
It's been more of that, please, the entire time. For Yangon Galacticos, their maneuvers have been sound, it has been smart when it needs to be. Some god grenade been sent over the top from this team. No individual player really strikes out either over on Yangon Galacticos. There has been some moments of absolute domination from some of those players in key moments, but it's a different player each time stepping up to the plate to deliver for that squad. And I think that's what makes them so great, is that the players all can perform at such a high level. No one's lagging behind on that team. Everyone's running in lockstep with one another. But there's a couple of teams would be focusing on this match, and this is one of them right here. It's Weibo Gaming. Currently in 3rd place on 82 points, having a real standout here for their region, with some legendary names on board, such as Order right here.
For Order, He's quite consistently been bringing the gavel down on teams inside of these lobbies. We've seen his impact time and time again, but this whole squad goes explosive like the bow that Suf likes to play with so consistently. And right now they're thrown into a clash versus Aura. First tag's good. Able to knock the opening man here into the last day of action. Takes down Jiggle. Backline for No Fear.
Order goes down pretty quickly as well, playing behind the stairways, but Aura's taking a sideswipe angle here. I think Team Secret starts to get slightly involved. This guy moves up, but he's in the grass, waiting like a blade of grass to stab and strike from the back.
He's getting these audio cues as well. All about timing for this one. Slowly makes his move forward. The jump up from Sky might have given the game away, but the periphery wasn't spotted. He instantly engages. Angle peek as well. Good tag from Sleepy. The bite back. It's a hefty hit. Looking for more.
33Z steps up though, will find him on a beautiful DBS shot. And Weibo, they've been taking knocks here and there, but this is a resounding success from this team. And again, it's a real fast start here for Weibo Gaming. They know that they need big elims on these matches if they hope to catch up to APG as well as Yangon Galacticos.
No Fear. The opposite of his name at the minute, man. You are going to be sweating bullets. Head down. Hope to avoid being just an additional point on that markup. Like you say, they'll be grabbing those with both hands. Already some more action from the squads that are at the top. It's Alpha that are back on screen for a bit of a drive-by. A couple establishing shots that were thrown out towards Fireflux.
Weibo Gaming get themselves back up on their feet now, all four players. Alpha Gaming on our screens down towards the southwest side, coming in contact with Ida probably quite soon, alongside with their Turkish brethren in Fireflux, who are just off towards the east. This is around Quarry. Not an easy position to play, honestly. Will siphon a lot of teams down towards the south side. And they'll have to break fast on either the east or the west. Yangon Galacticos, though, targeted. And why not? Give yourself extra time if you're Regnum Kaya, who've had some okay games, honestly, currently at 74 points, but they'd like to bit further up the leaderboards after such success over towards PMGO and overall from this team. They want to extend these playoffs as much as possible.
They would need to climb. And like you say, that's starving out these teams from being able to get themselves into a position to win off of that smash rule. The longer the day goes on, the better. Here, opportunities could present themselves. It's Loxic who's hoping to lock in with the barrage of bullets, but the instant response, that was so quick.
The 180 off that one, what's that? You're Regnum Kaya, you think to yourself, I'm working against a reaction speed machine. That's terrifying. That would scare me. That would really scare me. It's like Regnum Kaya now realize that they need to be instantaneous on a knock. They need to get this team shot on board quickly now, because they know they can't take any of these quick stabs in the dark. If they're not successful, immediately Yangon Galacticos is going to know the position.
If that's not a good litmus test of what their form's looking like today, I don't know what is. That was absolutely balmy, mate.
They're wired right now. They are wired.
They know it's at their fingertips. The trophy, the title, the lion's share of the prize money. Oh boy, you talk Alliance, and maybe there's a couple looking for an opportunity to pounce 4-5s on a bit of a rotate around.
From the north side. Going down towards the south now. We'll see if they just wrap around. Yangon Galacticos actually sets themselves up nicely on this eastern edge. There's a very, very good area of escape here for them, but the circle will center up on the eastern island, giving both Regnum Kai and Yangon Galacticos a nice springboard here from Paradise Resort. Authorized are going to make their way down, though. It looks like they're heading towards the southern arena here, just on the northern precipice of Paris Resort. In the meantime, Alter Ego, who we spoke about a lot, not so much in this game so far, as we were focused over towards Weibo and APG slightly earlier, but another team in 4th place, 78 points. They're slightly further away, but they are the top of the middle of the pack, I would say, in terms of point scoring.
For gaming, move bit by bit here. Quick scan from Doc up on the elevated angle, see if he can catch whiff of anyone's positions and get a read on this. Puerto Rico not far out, just over towards boot camp.
And it's a weird one for us as well, Jackie. The announcement from James Yang earlier, this is likely the final ever Sandhawk will cast.
Kind of crazy, man. It's always a fun map, provides for some very interesting games. But hey, Rondo's looking exciting.
Yeah, it is. So we'll make the most of this one. I know it's not any secret, as I say it multiple times, especially the audience at home, that Sandhawk has always been one of my favorite maps and holds a special place in my heart for the chaotic action. And that's what I'm looking for towards the end of this map. To look to secure those match points for certain teams towards the top to set themselves up nicely, to tee themselves off into match 2 and 3.
Weibo, shots down range. It's the RX that are on screen now. We get their POV. Nades over the top. Nice. So good. Right on top of order. And look at the follow-up. The downtime on that is pinpoint. Great communication to get that opening conversion instantly blank. No opportunity to reply.
Yeah, Order wasn't getting away from that no matter what. Even if he tried to crawl inside the rock, those nades would have still done the trick. So Weibo Gaming are forced off of this one, and 3 elims is not enough so far. They need more off the back of this one, and right now they're sandwiched between 4 Thrives, DRX, Horrors underneath them, Team Secrets guarding out towards the west. Smile did move down from Yangon Galacticos over towards a small shack on the south side, which gives them a comfortable position, an anchor point for the rest of the team to drag themselves over towards. But Weibo, they lose Order, they lose Sook. 2 very prominent players on the team are now down. He and 33Z will now need to move off. This is not the game they wanted to start off things with, and like we said, there were so many teams around them.
You're just being pushed from pillar to post as well. It was 4 Thrives that found the stab onto the second player, with Sook being taken out of commission. They try to bail on it. Team Secret catch vision, fire shots their way, soften them up, and ahead of them it's Alter Ego. So no matter where you go, you are terrified at this point.
Next circle coming in fairly shortly now over towards stage 3, and we'll see where this bad boy ends up, because I think a lot of teams would prefer not to go down towards Quarry side, where Ida, E-Arena, as well as Fireflux currently are placed. Much easier prospects over towards this area of the map. A lot of nice little bits of high ground to play around outside of boot camp. APG currently just guarding though for Thunder Talks, who are coming in from that western side. Falcons haven't found a home. Still in the blue, down towards Cave. They have to wait things out. There's a lot of teams that move through Camp Charlie.
Looks like we're getting some Rondo gameplay early. So those bird cages are going to be startled when they make their move over towards the zone. Non-Shin Red Force ready for the clash, but we're already thrown into one. There's Phalanx unloaded. The DBS rattles back over though, and 4 Thrives might come unstuck. You think you finished the job, and T24 has to do it himself from the backline. A messy engagement. Noki's gone. You can at least get that pick-me-up play back over onto Phalanx. Unless another squad pulls up. Regnum Karia as well, being headhunted by SayCloud. That's another point to the tally for Yangon.
Bad start for some of these teams though, Jackie. Weibo down to 1 player and a sliver of HP. DRX out with all 4 players down. Not a lot of eliminations to speak of. The 2 terrors towards the top, towering over the rest of the lobby. It is the twins in Yangon Galacticos and APG, just 1 point apart.
You can feel a bit of a different air with how these teams are approaching it today as well. The importance on each of these points. And for Yangon, the path ahead of them could be found with resistance from Power. A team that have been no strangers to picking up big elimination games here on Sandhawk.
APG playing this out very slow at the moment. They don't need to. This game's about getting over match point. I think for APG it's a slightly different story for them because it's quite an aggressive team. For Yangon Galacticos, they sort of just need to play their own game. They'll have to switch things up too much, playing on the outer edge. But for APG, this is where they go to die right now if they're not able to get over that match point early in the day. Yangon Galacticos is able to fix that one for themselves. Right now, I'd say APG is playing a smart game. They're not trying to push too far. They're securing that location on the western side. They do not want to be backstabbed. This is nice. This is nice. They can certainly play this one. They're keeping it all nice and calm, which is kind of uncharacteristic for that team, but they have been making these adjustments where it's required during these playoffs, and it has been so fantastic to see a more controlled approach for Alpha Gaming.
Yeah, it's been wonderful to watch. And they've been running those more passive games. We've seen that on Sanhok from them. Placements have been huge, and especially at this point, getting those placements, getting into that smash zone, that could be a whole different story. We get the shift on the zone as well. Team Secret, not a bad spot whatsoever, centered up with some cover to play with.
Emre taking down Redox as Falcons made a quick rotate towards the center of the circle, going for a lot more of these recently. APG trying to move through the circle. This is slightly late. They cleared the western side, but they were bold on their push rods though towards the east. Zhor's already down. Reefus is knocked out the vehicle. Oh, it's a dangerous gambit, Jackie.
It's a very deadly game they're playing. Trying to focus on so many different angles because of where they found themselves trapped. Limited cover to play with. Shots in the back line still coming in from Doxy. Ahead of them, it's he that's also trying to take Peace back over. In the meantime, Aura go out. Seems like Power have kicked off the fight versus Yangon as well. And SayCloud, that one gets stolen away from Red and Karia, whilst 4-5s continue the fight versus E-Arena, and Alpha Gaming just try and find some form of cover.
SayCloud going down is very dangerous for Yangon Galacticos, considering how strong he's been for the squad. They do get a re-knock, but now Yangon Galacticos down to 2 versus the 3 coming through from Power. Al-Haji is fully flushed out there. So a 3v3 effectively, unless another player goes down, dropping Yangon to just 2. In a similar boat with APG in those moments. Smile gets taken down by Ragnar. A match point might just not be found in this match as Yangon Galacticos are out.
A sigh of relief for many other teams in the lobby with Power pulling off that play. Their eyes lighting up as they see the Elim feed starting to fill with Yangon's name. But for Alpha, the journey continues. Fragmented though, down to the 2 players, just Doc and Reefus that are trapped apart from one another. Bullets out from Reefus onto the back of Doc C. He's trying to take the peaks on this.
Tough game now for Alpha Gaming, just the 2 players. This is really rough. Reefus hits the deck also. His alter ego almost about to lose Krypton at distance from Tizzy. Out in the blue. You'd be furious if you're alter ego. This was a very, very good opportunity for them to catch up in the rankings.
For Nonshin, I don't think this will be a Dr. Dre play. They won't forget about Doc trapped in behind the rocks. Fireflux taking the head-to-head versus Regnum Karia with a third party from Team Secret as well. Tizzy has already shown us how much turmoil he can cause in this lobby with the shots over onto Krypton of alter ego. You get the replay here of a very important fight as well. That was Power versus Yangon that resulted in them going out.
Alter ego's doing great work. Moana with a big nade. Hits the double. Alva's been taking some nice shots from alter ego. That's outside in the blue, making the most of this zone, but he knows he's got to get back in because just like that, the play zone was doing a huge amount of damage. I think he just about made it through, but that's another great nade from Tizzy over towards Rosemary, leaving them down to just the 1 player. Where is that nade going? Got no more left now. Wasn't able to confirm over towards Rosemary. Alva's back up on his feet. Moana's dropping the smokes.
Tizzy's trying to get in close range. Wants to put the shot into good use. Tag from the side. Alpha gets a visual on him. Nade up from the teammate. Good peek back in. It's Binny in the back that hits heavy with the DBS. Going for the pickup. The car drives by. Moana runs into the barrel and goes down. See you later, alter ego.
Almost all of our big ticket teams are down now. Regnum Kaya, DRX, Alter Ego, Weibo. But it's Alpha Gaming surprisingly getting Reefus back up on their feet. This game's not done yet for this squad.
It seems like they smell blood in the water off the fight from Alter Ego. The bounce on the nade. That one's going to arc you back up and get you a little bit clammy in the hands. Reefus has 4 nades of his own to reply with. Cast one in close. Vinny rocks over. They can play off one another. That's the manpower advantage they have. And Reefus, he's on an island. The nade bouncing over the top as well. Reply with a molly to force him out of position. He's being burnt, cooked in position. They just need to get close to finish him.
Oh, gets tagged by the flames as well, and that will be Reefus going down here. Now just Doc, the big man himself. 27 elims during the playoffs. It is a massive result for a singular player here. Can he hold his own? At least get themselves some more points going into the next match to make that match point slightly easier. For Yangon Galacticos, it's 8 that they need to breach in our first angle of the day, and Doc's out, and it's power of all the teams to make it happen. Making these games interesting, taking down both Yangon and APG, the Giant Slayers.
Heavy is the hand from Power today. They are running through these teams. They take the fight to 4 frags from distance as well. Confidence to split. It's easy that was able to strip Valak out of the competition.
4 frags, not doing too badly on this match. 9 eliminations. Good result for them. Nice shot through from IQ. Once again over towards Easy, being left behind as Vahedon has to wrap back round again. To wrap Vahedon with bandages. Get Easy back up on his feet as quickly as possible, because this blue is starting to push in and it hits hard. That might be both of them going down, in fact. Vahedon's very lucky to get out of there as quickly as he did.
Had me scared, man. The drive through the blue, the wide turning circle. The play zone still going to nip at the heels of Easy as well. So it's starting to go south for Power bit by bit. 4 frags taken to pieces as well. Team Secret engage on top of them. Nongshim Red Force just watching. Biding their time. You've got the 2-player push-up close towards the Falcons that are catching whiff of this.
Cole and Ralph. Deadly duo here. The IGL. And the slayer of squads, Koa himself. Good nade up from Zizzy. More Molotovs thrown through, just delaying what the Falcons can do here. The blue's going to force them out into an unfavourable engagement between them. There's a car coming in.
Nice Team Secret having a bit of a scout on that one. See if they want to commit to it. Zizzy on the peak-up, only able to grab one. The boa constrictor himself poises. Hits back. Oh, straight into the nade. And goodbye, Falcons. As Team Secret shut them down. Power are still in play, but of course it's only that duo that remains alive right now.
Team Secret whispering death in the ears of these other teams. A nade over the top, it looks to go fairly long, bounces over the top, a huge amount of damage off the back of that one. No team is inside the circle. Nongshim Red Force taking this time to move out towards the south side and get some big angles. Another nade over towards the backside of Power there, should be going down now. Ragnar attempts to deny the points, but it's slightly late. Team Secret up against Nongshim, a 3v3.
So many wide open sight lines to work with. Zizzy realizes he's got to get up close and provide some cover for himself, but it's an instant connection. First man falls, leaving only 2. They can't play to get him back up. They've got to focus on the crosshairs instead.
That will be Nongshim Red Force taking the first chicken dinner of the day. What a fantastic result for them. I mean, to be quite frank, from their region, Nongshim Red Force plays extremely strange throughout this entire tournament. It's a whole different style because we're used to very defensive kind of plays from that region overall. But Nongshim Red Force shows us a completely different, deadly, angry side from that team.
We've seen them running headfirst into danger time and time again. This is another one of these games where they come out swinging. Exciting stuff, though, with Power causing that struggle in the lobby, taking the fight to the teams that are so close to that point barrier and making it uncomfortable, giving other squads a chance now.
They've just painted a target on their back.
Oh yeah.
Power's made some very powerful enemies in this game. But I don't think they'll be stopping anytime soon. I like that they're just playing these games out with not a care in the world. They just want more points on board. But the same can be said for a lot more teams. Heading towards their angle. No team on match point just yet.
Cybertron's future is near. Autobots, roll out! This planet reeks of weakness. Your courage reignites my spark. We'll crowd the new lord of Cybertron. Roll for freedom. A victory for all sentient beings.
Well, Nongshin Red Force here gets a big Sandhawk win to get them into day number 3 of the grand final here for PMWC, but also those top teams shut down to start off day number 3. Joining me, Neptura, as well as Max Man, to talk about this one. Max, Nongshin Red Force, actually, we spoke about it at the beginning of the day. These wins for these teams, even if they're not able to challenge for number 1 by the end of the day, this is still big wins potentially for these teams.
If you get in the top 5 at the end of today, you're going to make big money at the end of this one. So, of course, they had a ton of eliminations, get the 10 placement points. We'll have to see when the leaderboards pop up to see how much of an increase they really got. But Nongshim Red Force, if there's any point in time you want to get a win, it's right now, especially on the very last Sanhok of this year currently when it comes to globals. So that's going to be a very impactful one for their team.
21 points go their way. Team Secret gets 13. 4 Thrives has come alive once again. But Nongshim Red Force here, Neptura, to focus on the winners here for a moment. They had the compound, and they had some great transitions afterwards.
Yeah, I really liked how they played this, actually. You saw them take advantage of, in that zone, in the mid-game, one of the only easy entry points that that circle had to offer. They actually had a split down onto the southwest side, blocking that entry point. You know, APG do come through a little bit, but those other teams, they had to actually fight to get into the zone, and so actually Nongshim were able to just farm eliminations after that.
I mean, the compound is quite good, though. You're looking at this first page of the leaderboards for this match. Guess who we're not seeing? No Yangon Galacticos, no Alpha Gaming.
Hooray!
But they're not in the Smash Run just yet.
I want more games.
I want 6 games if we can. Going on to the second page here, go Yangon Galacticos, 2 eliminations. Alpha Gaming, 1 placement point. There's still enough time for these teams to try and play catch up.
No, definitely. Only the 2, only the 1. So we will see a little bit of an opportunity here for the rest of this lobby to really do something about it. Again, it's almost insurmountable to try and catch up to where they are currently here in Neptura. But we've seen crazier things, like, for example, Alter Ego in a group stage day, right? 78 points on a day. So some of these teams are very capable of huge point gains.
Right, they are, and Alter Ego actually didn't have too bad of a game in that Sandhawk, so it is going to be interesting to see what they can do in the bigger maps in those Orangles, right? But yeah, Nongshim for Thrives, Team Secret as well, able to just push through those points, get as many eliminations as possible. It is nice to see that as we look over at the top damage dealers, we're seeing those names coming in, but none of them are the top teams.
You know what I'm seeing, Max, man?
Which one? What are you looking at?
Sandhawk numbers right now. This is.
Oh, I waited for that. That's been a while.
That's been a while, hasn't it? There's not, some decent limbs here and there, but nothing huge coming out from our Sandhawk.
It's all over the place. You know, these numbers are going to be very consistent between all the teams. Actually, I was talking about Nongshim Red Force. They're fighting, which is not quite what we see. Nongshim Red Force like to have a central compound. We wait, we chill, we get the points, we get a few eliminations that just naturally come our direction. No, here, actually, you mentioned it a little bit earlier here, Niptro. Sweeping the western side, getting involved versus Alpha Gaming, versus the side of Alter Ego, trying to do also third-party fights on the southern side. I think it was against Falcons. They were so involved. They're hungry for that massive prize for increase in the leaderboards.
They're actually being proactive for once, which so far we have not seen from them at all, but you're right. You know, they're sweeping that southwest side. They're moving on to Alter Ego. They're clearing that team. They're moving back down to the south side. It did get a little bit hairy. I thought they took a little bit too long. They slowed right down up against Falcons, but once that was cleared, they were able to take advantage of this fight happening to regroup and then spread out again over the south side and able to take that chicken.
Yeah, I was going through the replays. I think one very important thing that needs to be stated about Nongshim Red Force is they were using the rocks to their full advantage. They were getting so many angles, and of course when you're looking at Team Secret, you're looking at power, they're going downhill. They only have a few trees. If you have the off angles, there's really not much these teams can do against you. So Nongshim Red Force had a great map knowledge here at the end of this match.
Also a little bit of a dichotomy between a lot of their previous wins and this one, right? Because this one wasn't just sitting in the compound waiting for the game to come to you. This was a bit more proactive from Nongshim Red Force.
It was really nice that they took the zone rather than have the zone handed and still do something, or not, as we've seen before. It was really nice that they were like, hey, that zone over there, it's ours, but here we go, overall. 4th place coming into this one game.
Okay, Max, they came in at what, 11th today?
They were in 11th position before this one. 11th place is $50,000 if you stay in that position at the end of today. If you're in 4th position and they remain there, that's $120,000. That's possibly a $70,000 chicken dinner that's just been secured by Nongshim Red Force.
That's terrifying. That is terrifying. I don't know if I could keep up with that kind of pressure. That's crazy stuff coming in from them. But again, look how close it is between all of those teams. Now again, to get this over the barrier here, Yangon and Alpha did not have a good start to today, so their points have barely shifted. Maybe an opportunity to try and catch up with them, but still all eyes will be focused on that position.
Yeah.
Wait, so I want to jump on this one. Fourth Rise also jumping up. They were initially in 8th position, if I'm not mistaken, with 68 points. Also pretty big jump. We said it, top 5.
Nice.
Prize point increase is significant for Pakistan. This first game was an absolute banger.
That'll be 100,000 or 110. I'm not quite sure. I'm not, without me checking it right now, but yeah, big jumps are still very much available here for PMWC. One question, whilst we take a look at our 9th through 16th as well here, Neptura, is that the last time we get to see Sandhawk for a while? Now that Rondo's coming in.
I'm so sad. Hey, it was a great Sandhawk to end on. Hey, yo.
I prefer Rondo. I'm happy.
No, I am. It was a good one to end on. I think it was a really nice Sandhawk to end on. Yeah. The thing I want to mention though, just very quickly, is that if I was APG, if I was Yangon after that game, I would be concerned because those 3rd to 6th teams all placed there. They were the ones who stepped up massively in this game. 4th Thrives, WBG were there. You had Nongshim Red Force as well, right? All of those teams right behind starting to step up. What do we see in Erangel?
Well, let's look at it. Well, let's see who's been able to perform so far. Yangon Galacticos up at number 1 here for our Erangel so far. Weibo, though, Max, you've had your eyes on them to be able to do something?
I mean, yeah, their angles have been so good, but they just get a little bit too hyper-focused on specific fights. If they can see the bigger picture, possibly here, they can try and rise up to the occasion, actually start breaching that top 2 position. A price point increase would also be quite significant getting into that top 2. But Weibo, I said it earlier, Suk, we love you with the explosive bow. Maybe it's time for the S12K. Maybe that change of weapon can actually give them an opportunity to have even more team fighting capabilities to rise up in the leaderboards.
For them, I'd also like to see them actually take a few better angles. I think they split up quite effectively, but I want to see a few more alter ego angles coming into that. I want to see that influence because I think those angles are so beneficial for certain teams that I think that actually Weibo would actually do well to be influenced by that.
Let's get to it then. We have 3 Erangels potentially here for the last day of PMWC as we head over to the grassy pastures for game number 2 of the day here with our commentators.
Thank you very much. Kale and everyone on the desk. It's been exciting and you can feel the anticipation at the storyline starting to build. But we appreciate you switching over to us so we can give you the breakdown. Of course, if you want to stay up to date in your own way and follow all of the action, head on over to the official map feed so you can check it out and follow it exactly how you'd want to with the full lay of the land. And you'd need it, Blank, because we are at the precipice of greatness for so many teams. Of course, though, because of that man on your screens and the incredible power roster taking the fight to our top dogs, they were starved out from being able to break into that 128 barrier.
I want to keep tabs on these teams 100% because right now there is certain jump ups which, like Max says, are worth a whole lot of money. Nongshim Red Force, they can stay up towards the top of those tables. Might have just salvaged their performance here in the playoffs.
They very well might have. But it's time once again. Glue your eyes to your screen, strap yourself in with those seat belts that you're going to need, and keep your arms inside of this vehicle at all times as we're going back in to those beautiful lush pastures that come before us. Let's get into this one, Blank, and see how things are going to start to shape up once again here today.
Right now we're at the vertical drop, just waiting for this ride to get underway as we're in the plane heading down from Kameshki all the way through to the western side in Quarry. While teams get themselves out in action, Weibo going to be out a little bit later down towards Primorsk unless they go for a slightly different drop here. Oh, but look at the drop in points right now, Jackie. 85 points down to 77 in 10th place. We've got triple 77s across the board from Regnum, Kaya, Power, and Ida here. Oh, it's nasty. Real nasty.
A whole lot of 7s, but will they be lucky? That's the question. Or will it be the wrath of some of our top players back out, proving they're the top dogs in the lobby again today? Doc has been living up to the name. It has been surgically clean.
3 players that we talked about a lot here, Doc, Rosemary, Falak, all putting on a performance of a lifetime in this one. Davot with 405 meters, I think that's breaking the record. Crazy stuff coming through. Nongshim Red Force straight down towards the south side, looting around the yellows. Falcons, as per usual, in Pachinki. But check out this circle, heading directly southeast into the uncomfortable trees, the dead woods. All these teams be able to get themselves out alive though. And across that match point barrier, not possible for teams in 3rd and 4th place at the moment. All eyes on Yango and APG.
You can see them parachuting in here. The Alpha squad that have shown us that they mean business. An uncomfortable rotate for them back on Sandhook that resulted in a fragmentation of that team blank. Start down just to dock before they were taken out of the runnings.
But a comfortable rotate here actually, if they can head down towards Sosnovka military base. They're fully committing for this one. I think that maybe in different times they wouldn't go for it. Authorized are at their back though, so they need to get a move on, get sprinting at the moment. But if they can get down towards Sosnovka, they can make a comfortable rotate over towards that eastern bridge. We'll see if anyone tries to hold them out, but likely Thundertorps are going to hold in Milta. Some nice shots over towards Top, who does have to drop down, takes a bit of damage from that leap as well. This is a slightly sad start, but it should get better, unless Fort Thrives tries to get involved in this one.
It'd be a risky maneuver for him to full commit, full send, hop behind the wheel, put the pedal to the metal and chase them down. But they're still raining out shots. IQ is the tool for the job as well.
QSS, not the best weapon in the world, but when you've got no vest, no helmet, it will hurt, and comes pre-installed with that scope. Just like acrobatics on display right now from APG.
The outlines.
Yeah, parkour in the entire time.
Oh, it's good.
Leaping over railings, getting through the girders. A bit of a
terrifying, man.
Yeah, a bit of a jungle gym for them.
Just constantly trying to get out of there, keep their noses clean, but already some obscene plays thrown into the mix. Nonchalant Red Force up against Fireflux there. Macat being able to find one of those for free.
I'll tell you what, as much as some of the players from Nonchalant Red Force have very much frustrated me in the past, I do respect that no matter what, they're just going to keep giving it. They're going to keep being aggressive. They're not changing anything. And I think that's a mindset that can really affect you going into the finals, where you want to play passive, you want to get those points, you want to get placements on board. But for Nonchalant Red Force, fair enough. Some of these engagements, some of these fights, you're going to mess up. You're going to do something a little insane. But here in the playoffs, I welcome a bit of insanity.
Now's the time to pull it out. This was the opening knock onto Dock C. From distance, Macat being able to spot onto that one and restrict him. Alter Ego as well. A little establishing shot of that rotate round from Conqueror, but one man's trapped amongst it. Oh, Roxy, you have been left hung out to dry as the rest of the team realized they had to commit to the getaway, so they find that one for free.
Origo started off pretty quickly on that last game, looking to do it again here. They get themselves down into a nice position on that southeast side. Sadly, Conqueror will lose a player off the back of that. But there are no strangers to these types of circles. Usually do have a fair amount of success on them. Losing a player at this stage of the game does hurt them though.
Power versus Thundertorps. Okay, Power. Let's see if the energy levels are still carrying on from the prior game. Forming a fist and punching their way through this lobby pretty convincingly. They find Jin getting knocked down immediately. No one else really around to assist as well.
Power pushing up. This is not a bad spot for Power either. They can play this. Conqueror do move up. Bumper cars in play, easy. They're attempting to get out of there. Bullets raining on the vehicle, but not quite hitting their mark.
I'm surprised he was actually able to get out there so confidently. I mean, you've just crashed straight into him, no follow-up from it. He gets away, and obviously for Conqueror, you're at a disadvantage fight. That would have at least been an equalization in the battle of attrition. If they took down easy, it would have been a 3 versus 3.
They could have probably pulled that game out a little bit longer. I think for Yangon Galacticos, though, as well as APG, they're one of the few teams out on the western side and down towards the south that just have not found a home here over towards that southeast side, where most teams are confirming their position. There have been a couple of times where we'd see more teams spread out over towards Mansion, around Shelter, and likely on this circle it does center up around Mini Milter as well as Milter itself. And this is the smart choice from all sending central. Does give some more time for squads on the outer edge to play this game slowly though.
DRX back on screen here as well. DRX again, another team that's looked relatively impressive. Whenever we've seen them in terms of those later circles, the communication's been really good. Hyunbin's had some huge pop-off plays as well. It's always fun to watch. On this one, they get a lot of time to ponder and think. Team secret, of course, you had that late finish, coming second in the previous game. See what they can do here. It's Saycloud that's just off in the distance, and Murnat that gets contact. Few shots fired in towards the vehicles, trying to trace them down. Hefty chip.
Not a bad shot towards Jack. He has to switch vehicles though, knows that that buggy is not long for this world. We'll just heal up using the Mandies. The Yangon Galacticos similarly in a rough scenario. We're heading over towards stage 2. They've not quite found themselves over towards the circle just yet. We're waiting for that shift because if it is down towards Milter Power and Milter Way, suddenly becomes very, very hard for a lot of these teams that are rotating in late to get too much success off the back of it. APG's just been sitting pretty down towards military base this entire time. Oh, okay. That is a big one. That's going to create a real traffic jam down that southeast side. Hard to rotate up on the east around the crates here, Jackie. Oh, dear me. Not a bad opportunity for the boys over on APG, though, to sidle in over towards that eastern bridge and get a loot crate delivered to them on the way.
Yeah, potential as well, with all the team's focus being turned ahead of them with the swift rotations that now have to be made. They could backdoor into it. Fireflux straight in versus Power as well. Seems like Al Haji has swiftly been handled. And you get the follow-up onto Vahidan. So already you're able to strip them down to just 2 players on Power. Easy. Sprints into the building. Oh, good for the first with the DPS, but Ketch replies straight back.
Easy was locked in there. You see the way he was moving? I think he was inside the match itself. Power is now forced to send away with just Ragnar on side. This was a horrible shift on the circle back up towards the northwest, but gives a great opportunity now for Yangon to play out a smooth game.
A lot that can be done for this team. For Fireflux, she'll take all the bells and whistles that come with that nice crash over onto Power as well. Steal away all the additional supplies, reset yourself and focus up. This is DRX that have been ushered further around with a readjustment on the zone, just inches away from Nongxin Red Force. We'll peek out through the window, seeing if they can find anything from this. Better be careful though, Tizzy and Binny have been very lethal today.
I mean, Doxy is a nice long-range player, quite good in the close quarters combat as well, but the Tizzy, Zizzy, Binny show there a few times. Does sound almost like a cartoon, to be honest with you.
They get some solid reviews though. Ratings would be through the roof with how they've been playing.
On a prime time. It is exciting watching Nongxin, of course. APG finally making this move. Like I said, they got a loot crate delivered to them, which was awesome. Ida is holding though. It's a smart maneuver from Ida. One that might just pay off, especially if they are confident that APG is going to be moving through late, which possibly means here that APG is going to have to wait on the outer edges. Top goes for something very aggressive. They're going to try and swipe right over towards the beachhead and deny those sight lines, and Ida has absolutely nothing to say about it.
Yeah, it looked like they were clued into the situation. We're going to hold this in a nice crossfire, but instead you kind of leave one man out. All on his lonesome and dark hit. To jump in the back of the buggy and try and make a quick getaway from it, link up with the rest of the squads. They're not at a disadvantage, but you get over the bridge and back onto the mainland now.
Back over towards the east, Prison as well as Shelter. limited cover in some of these areas. Prison does set yourself up nicely up towards the rocky outcrops and the high ground, but no one's really sending into Prison unless it's a absolute desperate maneuver. That cuts out a little bit of playing space. I can't imagine we're going to have 16 teams going into Zone 4 though.
Something will start to change soon. Top. Offering up the short back and sides to Ida. Trying to trim them down from a distance on the coastline. Meanwhile, DRX thrown into a third-person fight as well there versus Fireflux.
Yangon Galacticos going for a wide wrap up towards Prison side. I think it's a smart maneuver as well, Jackie, all things considered, because they know a lot of teams must have shifted back up over towards the northwest and might have left those areas a little bit more dry in terms of players. It's a bit of a bold maneuver, but with the information you have, it's probably the best informational play you can go for at this stage of the game, especially if you're just trying to stay quiet and get over that 128-point mark. How is not down?
Damn. Tries to get the quick connection off. Rapid peek in. Great follow-up, and that's how Thunder Talks get removed. So that's that first squad falling now. We get our answer.
Thunder Talks out. I mean, they've just not had the greatest of playoffs, really. In 36 points, the bottom of the tables. The Aries, though, comfortably will hold on to that one around Milter, but they've got further to go. And here's APG, in fact, looking to get the toothpick out and clean out the remainder of the Aries inside of Milter. They can do that. They will control nicely down towards the south edge, and they know that the Aries has been forced in an uncomfortable spot now.
This is problematic though. Top further ahead. They're able to find that angle into the building and get the knock on him. That's from way back up on the hillside with Fireflux.
Why are we faking that? That's a crazy maneuver. I get that, you know, he has teammates that can come in, but what we're going to do, another teammate comes through, get peaks, almost goes down. Potentially might have had 3 players going down there, losing durability on helmets and vests. Just get your boy up, alright? That was probably shouting you, like, just res me. Like, that's all I need right now.
First on the drive-by inside of that hovercraft, all the bullets smashing into it. He's getting torn to shreds as well. So many squads having vision onto him.
Very, very overzealous maneuver. I don't quite know what was going on in his head at that moment in time. I know they want to get into the circle, but you've got bare information going into it. There's plenty of players they can sit around those hilltops as well. I suppose he thought he could get further in the hovercraft, but there was some serious team shots onto that vehicle, and I know that a lot of players hate how that hovercraft can get players and teams into pretty notable areas of the map, so as soon as they see it, they see red.
This to me is starting to look a little bit like Alpha coming into this one, maybe quite antsy today. Some of the decision making, the way they're jittering a little bit. Feels like the nerves might be there, the pressure that could potentially be put on them, and from the environment we're in here on Smash Sunday.
It's always so uncomfortable not hitting match point game 1, because then it sends you in a bit of a spiral where every single game, therefore, if you're like, well, we just need a passive game, just need 10 points, that's all we need to grab in these matches, let's kind of pull this back, let's reassess the scenario going forward. Most of the time, you should just play your own game. Don't think about smash ruling, especially for Yangon as well as APG. Not sure what happened there with T24 and IQ, but especially for Yangon and APG, they were so far ahead, it doesn't matter. They just need to play out a regular match of PUBG Mobile for themselves, eventually hit that marker. What is happening?
What on earth has gone on there?
T24 nades full team knock. Is it reap? That's Max's nade of the day right there.
Yeah. Max a minimum on that one. We'll forget about that. Focus up on this. Nonshin Red Force versus Fireflux. Throwing out fists inside of the building. Close quarters engagements with that third party of DRX trying to get a look in as well and see if they can snatch points from this. we do lose out on Scarface. Matcap goes down, so the Fireflex cleaned out on this one. Alter Ego with a read over on the side. It's Krypton that's quick to the hit. So with Hyunbin falling, the RX starting to lose some manpower as well.
Yeah, more shots going through. Great rotate from APG, by the way. They saw this fight break out between DRX, Nocturne, Red Force, and Fireflux. That was their direct competition on that north side. They used that moment to swing round to the west. So I really enjoyed that coming through from APG. Don't even want to think about what happened in the Four Thrives camp. I think they're quite frustrated with what just occurred.
Yeah, that is a comedy of errors that you will be very quickly clambering to forget. Meanwhile, though, you're going to be having your eyes light up if you're a fan for Yangon, as they're in with 3 eliminations off the back of that.
Oh, getting a replay. Don't show us the replay. Oh, no. I'm glad they at least did show us the Molotov as well. Dear me. Yangon, though, that is 3 separate teams they've been involved on. It was Team Secret, Ida, as well as Alter Ego. And they just keep going. They just keep going on that one.
At this point, even just off elims alone, I mean, only 4 more to find now. You've already grabbed yourself so much stock inside of this game, and it's very early doors, already 17 minutes in.
Yangon Galacticos down towards plenty of teams. And they took advantage of that high ground that Prison affords you on that eastern side. They knew they were lacking information and they're coming in from that northwest, so they change up the game and they use the plane path as well as the circle that came through to identify an area on the map that might be a little bit more open. They can start to develop that intel.
The Arena Gladiators swinging and showing us they're handy with steel up against Team Secret, but the clap back from the hillside is Yangon to try and get a spot down and see if it's worth committing to this one. You know, there's been a fair amount of chip damage, and there's even more follow-up coming in as well.
I think when you look over towards E-Arena as well, the fact that they delay them here almost certainly should count them out, because the circle's going to push them in. They are on the short side of it, so it will take a little bit more time, but all Yangon Galacticos really need to do now is just send a couple of shots, a couple of bee stings down towards E-Arena and keep them locked down.
It's not just that Yangon are playing well, it's that Alpha obviously having a real struggle of a game as well. I mean, it's just Shoal now. You have the sideline shots that came in from Falcons as they were trying to make their way over, so it's just down to the solo man.
Again, another game where likely APG is not making it over the match point. Rests on the shoulders of Yangon. Should get at least 4 points off the back, or at maximum 4 points off the back of E-Arena. This moment will be stolen away by Horror. That could have been right there, right then. If they took out the entirety of E-Arena, Yangon would have made it. Need to get themselves into placement range now, though.
I honestly think that's what they were debating as well. You can see kind of the difference in the 2 players that were further up, almost feeling like if they went for that one, it would have been worth the risk and reward potential. Falcons back over onto Alter Ego, giving as good as they get, with Nunshin also looking to see if they can snatch away some points from this.
Falcons actually not playing a terrible game right now towards the south side. They are roaming, they are making sure they keep track of a lot of the players coming through. The circle will start to push E-Arena in. Now for Yangon Galacticos, this is less of a matter about battling against E-Arena and more of a case of battling against Horror stealing away these eliminations.
It's Myrna and SayCloud that have basically just had to prevent anyone sneaking in from the backline, whilst the raw focus from Romeo and co is just thrown down the hill onto E-Arena. They're finally getting what they were building into on this one and converting those knocks into full eliminations, take down the squad, mop them up, and keep those elims building. 7 elims, 1 single point away from beating the 128 barrier now.
So Yangon Galacticos just need to get themselves into 8. That's all they need. Krypton tries to take it up towards the Falcons, but they will swing back with the wings, blast them away with the Air Force. Now just Red Empire up topside. Can Falcons make a push through 2 teams? It will be a good result for them, and something we've not seen for quite some time.
So many nades thrown at Toshbik. Had to give up the cover he had to play with. Trying to see if he can get an angle. Oh, if he got the shot back over, It's that backline with Navallo and Koa. You could completely fragment the Falcons, leave them in a position where potentially they can start to take the fight to them. Silas rocks over as well, makes his rotate in the back of the buggy, looks for the peek up. They might have got the pick-me-up, sure, but can they still hold on to this ground?
Falcons looking over towards Silas, who bangs straight back in towards the buggy, hits the deck. Smile with 4 elims on the side of Yangon Galacticos and looking not to let that kind of pace let up anytime soon. He wants to keep on pedaling. Myrna now setting his sights over towards Wild. It's a bit more chip damage here.
It's kind of a 3-1 split with how they're playing it as well. I mean, Myrna is going in towards Regnam, whereas you've got Smile still just looking for the vision back over on towards Horror with 2 players in the center there for the quick rotate depending on where the favored fight goes. Meanwhile, Zol, the last man from Alpha, is spotted with the wrap over from 4 Thrives. Oh, Toshpik goes for the peek out, but it doesn't work. Navallo, quick, hits that one back.
Falcons with 9 eliminations, Jackie. This is a big step up in performance from them today. Weibo as well, getting some good results in over towards 4 Thrives, who have not been thriving on that southwest side. The Falcons, they see weakness, and they'll send in.
Navallo unloads. Hailstorm hits onto Falak T24. Trying to scrap back, but not much that can be done as Koa will restrict and remove the potential for any comeback for T24 and Koa on that one. So goodbye 4 Thrives. Unfortunately, the Falcons might have finally come unstuck. Shots down on the 3 of the players. Only 1 man remains alive. Meanwhile, Jiggle looking for the head-to-head versus Yangon.
Gigantic game from Falcons, honestly. 11 elims, very, very nice. They won't go any further than that. Weibo Gaming looking to catch up to the Titans at the top of the lobby. Another nade sent through in the Molotov as well as a nade towards the back, but Romeo will at least hit Jiggle with that molly. Burns him out. In the meantime, Murnat will pick up Silas.
Sleepy gets lucky there on that bounce, didn't he?
For Yangon, the job is done of all they wanted to establish on this one, pushing past that 128 barrier and making it to the match point for the smash rule. They're focused now on how far can they go in this game. Strike fear into the other squads with how they've been playing.
Yangon, Romeo's down, and they're going to send in with SayCloud. No fear will be taken now. But they need another game after this one with a chicken dinner. Sky, though, from Horror, put in the work. Weibo still holding on that south side, Jackie.
Good shot from Sky, didn't he? Really crisp stuff. Yangon have finally met their match in Horror with how they've been able to play. Wide open angles and quick shots from Sky. Murnat, though, frustrated, wants to grab even more points for them, push further up the standings, and leaves these squads knowing that if you come to the best, you better be able to strike them down.
Weibo needs to get moving, though. Like, this is a fight that they could capitalize off the back of. Yangon needs to push up the hill, and Weibo's had no influence here. Order finally looks over. SayCloud is down, and the boys want to move over towards his way. He's gathering as much information as possible. Now the big weapons in the back pocket looks to put the hurt in. Ragnar with an off angle towards the back. Order jump spotting. SayCloud's still down. Might have just not seen him there.
They've both got so much utility to work with here as well. In a position to provide themselves better sight lines, get those smokes down. Nades for the engage as well. A good range of different placements in terms of where these players are. If the fight kicks off, they can get angles onto you, even if you only slightly peek back into it. Murnat inside of the vehicle, hit heavy by Order. There goes the first man.
Good timing as well. The circle starts to push in. Brilliant timing, in fact. They can delay as much as possible. Will make life very hard for Yangon.
Power. Of course, it was Ragnar that was left as the solo so long ago. The last man representing the organization, trapped in position with he just guarding his only exit.
Yeah, just needs to worry about the blue, essentially, and that'll do the trick. And Weibo can set their sights completely over towards Yangon Galacticos. They have a man advantage, but positioning is not great for them.
Surprised Cloud was able to keep himself alive. He dived in behind the tree in the loot crate. There's a nade that's going to be cast towards his position, but he's topped himself back up. The heal comes through in the nick of time. Meanwhile, the shots uphill are good for damage, but the knock is confirmed onto Cloud.
Really important knock there coming through from He on a side swipe. Murnat tries to make his way across. A very important game, not only for Yangon Galacticos, but also Weibo. 91 points. And if they win this game, they'll shoot themselves up towards the century mark, over into the hundreds, set themselves up for later on in the day.
So much riding on this for that team. We've been singing the praises of Order. But him and He are a lethal unit. And at the minute with that knock that came over onto Romeo as well, they've got a great advantage into this one. That's the full confirmation. Burn them down to just 2 players. Still, so much utility left to work with. That's been a difference maker for this team.
Smart plays here for 33 Seas. He takes down Murnat, slowly pushing up. The number goes down, and Weibo will find themselves the second chicken dinner of the day. But the big storyline is Yangon Galacticos. They have crossed the line.
That match point smash rule coming into effect. That's what they were hoping for on this outing. And Weibo, it is huge for them. Like you said, the difference of being able to vacuum up these points, put themselves into a position where if they keep playing stalwart throughout this day, they could have a chance at the title. It's all to play for, but the intensity that will be building going into Game 3, Black, the action is going to be palpable in that arena.
The bowstring is pulled taut right now for Weibo, and they're hoping to keep that tension in place to accentuate that gameplay. You look towards this team, they're pretty strong, but I think Yangon probably quite happy that he gets the chicken dinner. Feels bad, hard trying to get a second. Let's wait for the third match today over at Aragorn. In the meantime, we'll be heading back over to the desk.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
One of the only teams that could potentially challenge the top two coming into day number 3 here of our grand finals. Weibo is able to get themselves even more points to try and make that catch-up a reality here for the grand final. Joining me to talk about this one, Seven as well. So not Seven, he's backstage. Go away, Seven. Okay, I'm on the brain. Max, he's behind the couch. Maxman as well as Neptura to talk about this one. Neptura, good to see this team be able to step up here on Erangel to try and make that catch-up happen.
This game was so classic WBG. I feel like they go center, they go mid, and then as the zone pushes them to the edge, they end up starting to sweep teams. They kind of wait for other teams actually to sweep each other before coming in the final few moments, and that's exactly what we saw them do here, right? Landing, or not landing, but going to shelter, rotating to shelter, being able to get elim after elim, and now 10 points. That's going to be a 20-point game, and when we look at that leaderboard, Max, we are looking at being basically halfway to that smash point.
Yeah, but okay, Yangon Galacticos, they breached the threshold. We saw it this match. That's the issue now. They are the only team that could smash next game. That's going to be, of course, bringing up the question. Big target on their back. Are any team's going to want to do anything about it? For 17 points here, again, so successful when it comes to wide rotations, making it up north, waiting for the circle. It goes back to the east. All of the teams are going to be highly concentrated south and west, meaning northeast next to prison is open. They take control. They get the elims. They get their ticket in the smash zone.
So we got to focus on that a little bit more, because now there is a world where if they win the next game or any subsequent game with no other team in that smash zone here, Neptura, Galacticos, Yangon Galacticos will be our champions here. And after putting up 17 points, as soon as they realise, I think, that they're over the hurdle, they know that that game is just, well, let's just get a limb here or there. Let's just try and set ourselves apart from APG even a little bit more. So big stuff here for the tournament.
So far it's working, right? APG just not able to get the points that they need to make sure that they're closer to Yangon than they are. So for Yangon, they're like, hey, we're actually sitting really, really pretty. I do want to say they got a second place, not a win. They didn't get the win curse before the smash point coming in, so they didn't win this one. Maybe they'll win the next one.
The other team, though, up at the top, obviously APG. I initially want to make the point, Max, and then you can continue on, because I am of the belief if you're a military-based team, you have to have a drop-up spot. And to watch them try and run over the bridge and dodge bullets and all this stuff, it's not enough when you're on the hunt to try and make something happen. What do you make of it?
It's like talking to a wall, Kalaris. We've been doing it during PMSLC. Say you're dropping in military base, you should have a secondary drop, but they've never done it now over the course of a year and a half since I've known this team, and especially since the brand new iteration of this team for Alpha Gaming. They're just so committed, and they almost lost players against Fourth Rise with a VSS from IQ across the bridge. Yeah. It was rough, but here, as we can see on this graphic, they only jump up 1 point per game. 119, they started off with 117. Alpha Gaming, you still need 8 points. It is achievable, but the way they're playing, they might take 2, maybe 3 matches before they even get there.
I think with Weibo getting this win, it couldn't have happened in a more perfect way here, Neptura, because now we came into today thinking 2-horse race, absolutely. However, if Weibo suddenly just pops off once again, we're right there. 3-horse race here for day number 3.
I mean, it is crazy that Alpha Gaming could look directly behind them and then watch as Weibo Gaming actually surpass them in that race. Because they're performing far better than Alpha Gaming are, and I slightly hate that there's a world where Alpha Gaming could get this close again and only get the MVP.
That's the second place curse for some of their players. Top is well acquainted with that position. He loves the second place. But it's unfortunate for me, when you look at Smash Roll, it forces team in a situation they're just not comfortable with. And here, I think Alpha Gaming are just completely crumbling under that pressure, not really sure how to make that ascent at the top.
Weird, because especially considering what we were talking about in the pre-show, right? Technically, this team should be able to handle the pressure. Again, if you have a backup drop, Yangon Galacticos has gone for backup drops on Erangel, well, technically, right? Because obviously they had a lot of Novo drops throughout the tournament so far, but they've gone to those Georgia Pole trades, Natura, they've been able to capitalize on that. The wide wraps have looked fantastic for them, and they get beyond the smash zone.
Yes, they do. It's really, really nice to see them be able to do that. They seem to just have this knack for knowing what is the best entry point in a zone, right? They have really, really good map knowledge, really good team knowledge as well. We were talking about it where the zones were popping back and forth, so they knew which side of the zone was most likely to be open, just taking full advantage of that, not overextending, not being too reckless, just very careful, but aggressive. And I think that's something that in the last 2 days, we've not seen the aggressive side of Yangon too much, because they've been able to have a compound in the zone, kind of just take on the last couple of 2 stragglers that are there at the end of the game. But for this game, they were able to just take team after team after team and take advantage of them.
You said they're very good understanding the circle and everything. For me, the mark of a champion team is how they understand a lobby reacts to a circle. And I think Yangon Galacticos have that nailed down to the absolute limit of how he could be on that kind of macro approach to the game. They see the circle going west, they're going back northeast, meaning all of the teams are focused on the western and southern side. Entry point northwest, northeast is going to be completely open for them. They know how the lobby reacts to that kind of situation. Free entry point, they get into the circle, they play off the back of that. They are so smart on that aspect of the game that for me that is the main reason why they made it so far in PMWC.
At this level, there's a very hive mind mentality of okay, we're all going to be in this certain area, we're going to be moved. A lot of these best teams that you see come along that tour are teams that are already in their vehicles as the circle's popping. Okay, we need to be moving right now in order to be able to, because if you are going for wide rotates, you need to be the one moving first. Otherwise, other teams could leapfrog you. As we take a look now at the overall leaderboards, 137 points, but that point number won't matter for the moment. All Yangon Galacticos has to do is win a game. If they do, they become our PMWC champions.
Please be in the next game.
You're
that
excited?
Would be so cool.
Oh, that would be kind of cool.
That would be so cool. They've ended on a second place. They've got that smash point threshold done, dusted, out of the way, surpassed by almost 10 points there. If they could come in with that momentum going, heck yeah, we've got it under the belt, we're good to go, let's go for it. Game number 3 could be our final game here.
So, okay, we know where Yangon Galacticos drop, right? They go crates George Holtz.
Yes.
Question for you, Nitra.
Oh, no.
Are they going to be in danger? Is anyone coming for the Yangon Galacticos?
Or do they go elsewhere?
Oh.
They could do that too, actually.
Yeah.
We have seen that before. I think it was it CSA?
Where? Yeah.
They were like, nah, we're not going to get hot dropped in the final game. No chance. And they actually changed their drop spot without telling anybody. And they did end up almost getting hot dropped there, so they avoided that. So could we see something similar from Yangon? I'm wondering. It's not going to be anybody in the top 5, though. 100% not going to be.
I mean, the thing is, you have Zaki available. GMX is not here anymore. If you want to play it ultra safe, just avoid an early fight skirmish, Zaki could be an option, which is, I didn't think I would ever say that.
Yeah, I'd hate that. That's not what I want to hear, Max.
Yeah, the same rotation path, right? It's near high crates. It would make sense.
So...
Drop on Everest. No, maybe not. That's even a word. But actually,
pull an RPG where there's no weapons when you drop. Yeah, great. Yeah.
Actually, we were looking at the second page of the leaderboards. You were talking about Falcons that, again, increasing your rankings, you could get an extra bit of money.
Yeah.
Of course, here now it's match point. We are in Smash Zone. Yangon Galacticos is the one team to currently breach across that. The question on my mind is, how will they play it out? It is very, very high likely that they have never been in this position before. Will they keep their cool? It's time to go to the commentators here for our next Erangel of the day.
A position they've never been in before is a sentence that can describe so much about this team. But all they have been doing is playing to their strengths, pushing further for placements, for eliminations, for the pride of their own home nation. This team has shown that age and experience does not matter. All that counts is what you bring to the grand stage here live at the PMWC. And blank, Yangon Galacticos have been delivering in droves. With the smash rule now in effect, they have the opportunity to walk away as not only the victor of this game, but the victor and new champion of this entire tournament.
So let's shatter, let's smash here on Sunday. Over towards Erangel match 3 of the day, 137. We're above the marker now. From Severny down towards Primos. We're getting into it. We're getting loud in the arena. Alpha Gaming watching as Yangon Galacticos gets further and further ahead towards the horizon. This is their chance. This is their moment on a map that they are known for.
It was great heads-up decision-making in the prior game with how they split off into 2 duos, maximized eliminations to get themselves over that threshold. But now we'll see how they play. And that smash rule's in effect. If things start to change, if other teams target them, or if they're able to play their own game. And of course, if some of our other squads can take them down early, build for themselves, as there is a few challengers nipping at their heels.
This is where you got to solidify the knees, no weakness allowed. The nerves need to be cut short. You need to be solid on this battleground. The adrenaline must be pumping. They have to keep it quiet, keep it calm. Like you say, play their game, play their style. Out on the edge. Certainly will be living on the edge for Yangon Galacticos. Over towards South George at the moment. A very, very central circle. It's anyone's game. But Yangon Galacticos have set their sights on it.
Zeroed in and ready to take that chicken dinner. But it all comes down to the action in the lobby. We'll keep you updated with how it develops here.
Issue is, Romeo's pulling a classic here. Starting out in Ruins. They revealed that position though, to one team in particular. That was Regnum Karya from yesterday. This might not have the same effect as Yangon Galacticos are hoping for, especially if Regnum pulls out early and will look over towards Romeo, take him down, leaving Yangon on just the 3. It's a nice position for Romeo to have. It's a good anchor for the team to refold over towards. But it is known.
That's the interesting talking point, right? Obviously from yesterday's set of games when they rotated through Ruins and Romeo bided his time until it was one final player. I believe it was Loxy that was the last man to go through. He took shots at him. So like you say, they're aware of this. It wouldn't catch them off entirely.
Weibo Gaming, another team trying to catch up right now. APG not over the match point just yet at 119 points. Still shy by 11. Weibo much further behind, 23 points required, so probably a chicken dinner and a fair few elims to make that one happen. But at this stage of the game, with only one team on Smash ruling, it's where things get a little bit more spicy, where teams might even just try and dogpile on Yangon. But they're elusive. They're in the night, in the shadows. They're hard to find a lot of times. Great team when it comes to hide and seek. And a lot of teams will be seeking. And we just got the countdown down to 0 here on our match 3.
For Power today, seeking fights has been something they are no strangers to whatsoever. Feels like they have been throwing carnage at so many teams and causing issues for some of our top squads. And a very central position right now up against some other teams that love an early scrap. We'll see if they can find an opportunity. For Joker, maybe there's an opportunity just over this ridge, down on his belly right now, looking for the sight line with the AUG to play with.
6x as well, so he's got the distance, he's got the range. Slay Cloud sends out, leaving just one player behind. Smile already rotate back across to Romeo. Bernat's still looting, but might just be a casualty for Yangon. Finally gets in the buggy, and by the time Joker is moving out, he may just be long Yangon.
Saved by the bell. They didn't even realize was ringing. Mernat's rotate will keep him at play. He can link up with the rest of the squad, and the advanced position from Romeo has not been forced out either, so they can link back up with a loop to play with. Look at how many teams are bustling towards one another as well. A lot of squads that love those fights. Alter Ego, no strangers as well, to throw in their hat into the middle.
Longshin Red Force, a little bit of a wild card inside of this circle. Never sure when they're about to strike, when they're about to send a blazing wide swing at you. A real haymaker of a team is that squad. When they come a knocking, you've got to be ready to open that door, or at least bar it shut.
The barricade would be preferable. Nonshin have been playing a throw the C4 on the door. Anyone in the building won't be breathing no more if you give an opportunity to Doc C. Vinny and Tizzy as well have been a very lethal duo. And lethality is shown here from Hora. The first punch is thrown out. Hyunbin gets an opportunity to strike back versus the Falcons again as well.
An aggressive rollout here from DRX over towards Pachinki early, and I don't think the Falcons were quite prepped for it. A lot of times people just leave them alone inside of Pachinki, but with points being so close to one another and big jumps meaning big money, you'll take the advantage from wherever you can, especially on the last day where this is the penultimate Erangel match that we have for ourselves. You're going to pull out all the stops going forward. See Yangon on our screens, the picture in picture. You can see how focused these players are.
I think that's been the interesting thing, right? You know, we were talking about the reaction times way back at the start of the day today, but just the laser focus you see from the body language, that human element of PUBG Mobile. This team have looked like they are here to play. They've been limiting mistakes, focused up mechanically and with communication. That's what's setting them further away. That's what's bringing that skill ceiling higher and higher.
Slightly weird one, because the way the circle sits at the moment, it does force Yangon into a different style of gameplay, where usually they would be out on the edge here, but the circle favors them, so they have to play something a little bit more different. Hold their angles on the side. If they know E-Arena plays over towards the western area of crates, so they'll have to be prepared for when that team starts to push on in, and they're not in the most defensible positions, playing out in the fields. No compound found as of yet. Heading over towards zone 2 in just 30 seconds now, which will define the main playing area of the game.
It's fitting, obviously, the Joker was the man that was looking for an opening knock over onto Yangon with the trap that E-Arena had sprung upon them in the previous matchup. So we'll see if they're out to attempt to upset and get revenge here on their rotation.
All right, we got a game on our hands here. Yangon Galacticos get a little bit of that spicy circle look that they have been known for in this playoffs. They've had 2 chicken dinners a day averaging. There's no reason why that statistic should go up or down, but we're expecting at least 1 today. But will it come soon enough to shut this one down early? Have to wait for that. Murnat finding Ralph on the rotate. Falcons now down to 2, and Yangon further solidified their position out in the open.
Playing against Murnat must be so frustrating as well. Feels like he's always buzzing around, stinging at all these squads in the lobby. Quick reaction times. It's been hard to hold him back. And immediately Falcons realize we don't want to mess with the beast.
The boys on Yangon obviously playing out here. There's been no opportunity for more loot, so absolutely dropping that smoke to secure some more of that utility on side. Here's APG down towards the southern edge around the hay bales. Chasing over towards Nongshim Red Force. APG probably one of the only other aggressive teams to match Nongshim Red Force. T24 finding Conqueror and Falcons again down to just 1.
Topsy-turvy day for 4-5s. And a couple of uncontested eliminations there will at least get them pucked up into this game. Weibo on screens. Zook, the human explosive bow that has been ripping and tearing. This is again another talented squad that we've got here. Obviously 3rd place right now, 105 points to play with for them.
Weibo went fairly central on this one, almost immediately. Was not really stopped at all on this push either. A lot of other teams concerned with their placement, with their points. It's a hidden blessing, really, where most teams are just looking to get towards that end game, because they know that even 3 or 4 placement points could be the difference between tens of thousands of dollars here at the PMWC. So Weibo was able to send in
towards that center area of the map with little to no contest.
Potential for that might change though, with teams looking to steal away some of these superior positions. It's the arena that slowly move forward. Of course, just Redux that's left for Falcons as well. That's Solo, the only one that remains alive.
Circle about to shrink. See where it heads. If it heads back over towards Ruins, Yangon Galacticos know roughly that position is okay to play in. They may just send back that way, but this Regnum Kaya moving out from Sunken down towards the southwest, which might be a deadly team to come up against. The talk sending directly from that south side, as are DRX, and it starts to get a little bit crowded inside of this circle here, Jackie.
Space is at a premium. Shoulder to shoulder gameplay between these squads. Rigo taking pot shots over towards Alpha. Meanwhile, Regnum Karia on the drive-by, seeing power all on top of one another. Doc out on his own, a little bit of backup now to play with. The buddy system in effect. They take the opening shots towards power and have them pinned.
Team Secret able to get across from the rivers on that north side down towards Ruins. Bad play there. APG taking down Krypton from Alter Ego. Not quite flushed out just yet though, and this is a freeway engagement between teams that are not out of the circle yet. There's a shot from Redox over towards Wild, in fact. And Frankie will happily pick up that elimination, dropping Regnum Kaya down to 3 on a rollout from Sunken, which, to be honest, they had a lot of real estate to work with.
I didn't expect Falcons to still be flapping their wings on this one. They knock Regnum Karia off kilter. They suffer because of it. Oh, Reefus with 7 nades in the backpack, and they are so closely grouped. The big nade on target. Al-Haji will not be al-happy with that one as his legs get blown away. And they've still got more to follow up with.
It's a massive nade coming through from APG, but no follow-up just yet. They know how crowded this zone is. Another shot from Zol over towards Alter Ego in Rosemary, as Zol will return back to the rest of the squad here. Alter Ego not finding a very fun marker over in this match as they attempt to come through on that eastern side. Longshan Red Force down towards the southwest side of Gakka at the moment in the fields. Yangon Galacticos currently holding a, let's say, a 2-2 split at the moment. Players down towards the south side, watching the roads. Romeo inside a compound on the north. Looks like they are going to regroup on top of it now, though, as Loxy starts to get a little bit closer over towards power.
Danger close at the minute. Nades on top. Again, the follow-up explosions are good to try and restrict power, but that one does more than just chip damage. The whole roster getting hit heavy by the mortar strike from Alpha, and even Loxy realizes he wants nothing to deal with this. Tries to get away whilst they crash in to clean up onto the down squad. Shots are clean.
Even Maxman would agree that some of the arcs on those nades were better than arcs from One Piece. Unfortunately, APG fall fairly quickly afterwards as Regnum Kaya continue to put on the pain. They're going to try and get themselves back up on their feet. A bit of triage coming through from Reefus.
It's Murnat that had the quick intuition to make the backstab here as well. It's a good tag, bit of an opening knock to give them some room to play with, but do they want to run the risk of over-egging the pudding on this one? Letting the infighting continue between Regnum Karia and Alpha. It only benefits them at the minute.
Yangon Galacticos can cleanly clear out both teams in Regnum Kaya and APG. It's a massive result for them. Moana even getting involved alongside with Alva from Alter Ego, who are still up and kicking, and a massive long-range shot over towards Loxy makes Regnum Kaya all the more uncomfortable, and another nade over the top will do the justice from APG.
Good stealaways from Moana, but Alpha Even with this trial and tribulation of a fight that they've had going on for quite some time, they're able to keep all 4 players alive, and you can see that they're taking the fight to these other squads now. The DRX pulling up. Oh, Maria arrives and instantly hits from the sidelines. Goodbye, Reefus.
Top 9 in an uncomfortable position. Murnak can even peek over the top, but looks like he's going to send back up towards the rest of the team, realizing that things are about to look not so pretty on the eastern side of the map.
Nades on target. Good connections here. Softening up DRX. It's been huge from Alpha, but they're about to be crashed on up close and personal. If they can handle DRX, they could push themselves up towards that match point, enter the smash zone alongside Yangon. Doc, good with the moves, hits the first, but look who's here. It's Murna, peeking in over the ridge, looking to clean up on this one. As DRX go down, they are handled by Alpha, but the nades are still rolling on through.
An APG will hit match point on this game, prepping themselves for the next. If Yangon cannot finish this one out, nades over the top, it's a long one over towards top, and it hits pretty.
Murna is looking magical with these nades, making Alpha disappear before his eyes, and now he wants to split them in half like a bad magician. Pushes up with Big Papa Pump, unloads, but it's a miss. Uncomfortable as they lose a player. One goes down. Murnat removed, but Yangon live on.
Murnat, who had been such a force in this game, to lose him off what felt like a botched engagement. Not able even to pull the trigger. We saw the reticle over the top of top. Dear, dear me.
Yangon instantly on the move. Rotation from fight to fight. Hearts must be pounding in their chests right now. It's T24. The 4 Frieds representative trapped just apart from the Alter Ego duo and that last man, Redox, that's been causing curveballs for some of our teams here as a solo.
Redox just does not slow down inside of ruins. The area around him broken and fragmented. Redox's spirit unharmed. Romeo, another nade over the top to T24, and it is on target. Surprisingly, somehow T24 is able to sidestep it, or at least side crawl it.
I am shocked that he's been able to stay alive off the back of that one. Looked like it was a hell of a slam dunk from Yangon. T24 keeps his head clean, tucks down, tries to stay out of dodge with Redox. Similarly, just slowly crawling around, trying to find some semblance of cover to work with. Still good amounts of utility to work with, though, over on the side of Yangon. Cast another nade back in. More chip damage follows through.
Weibo, 105 points at the moment. 4 players alive. One of the big hitters here over in the playoffs. They needed a big chicken dinner on this one if they want to get themselves over towards match point. No elims yet. Means it might be quite difficult. It's 13 eliminations, I believe, that they need on this game.
There is never a second where Yangon are not looking for the next opportunity to fight. Oh my, fire flux. Seems like the fire's going to be going out off the damage done from Yangon, but they at least reply for a single knock back onto them. It's Saycloud with very little HP to play with here. He goes down. They lose another man, down to just the duo now. Romeo and Smile is all that remains for the team.
Trying to clear out as much of this southeast side. I think they understood that as soon as they took down APG, they lost one of their key players in Murnat. Looking for some more eliminations on this game. It would be hard to win this one with just the 2 players. And Weibo looking so formidable down towards that south side, not to mention Thunder Talks and E-Arena still living at large. Sighting goes down to Peter's players.
Peter being able to put the baton to good use. bit of a push-up on the reshuffle round here. Still looking to confirm onto T24. Obviously, his position was compromised quite some time ago. Smile could lose his teeth off the back of that, and there's other squads that could dive onto you the second they see weakness here.
Smile's got to move forward, man. Drops the smokes. The Blues pushing him in. Shots coming through, I imagine, from Alter Ego, currently still in ruins. Giving Yangon on just the one. Will finally take down Redox. Just one man alive now in Romeo. Not a love story on this game. There's been plenty of bouts between these teams. Zol, 6 elims on this match. I mean, Alpha Gaming with a real result here.
Alpha on the move up. T24 can have a position to actually backstab onto that, cause some issues. That's when you can still take the fight if you're Romeo in a spot like this. And remember, it's not just about trying to close it out with the smash rule. You could still just look to gain additional points for the side, make the differential even further. They could just win it on the long con. Even if it goes all the way to game 6, as long as they're in that top spot, they're going to be happy and walk away crowned.
Yeah, the big thing here is that Yangon just really hasn't changed up their play style, and Yangon will go out. No chance at chicken dinner, a surprise one at that with one player as we play on. For Weibo, they're looking for as many points as possible. A truly gigantic game needed, but they're in good position to make it happen.
You saw the frustration as well, how focused Romeo was. The slam of the fist down onto the desk, but the brawl in the lobby continues. Alva could not withstand the might of T24. 4 frags, even when it's just a solo, they cause issues. Ida being hit heavy as well, thinning the herd now.
Irina looking up. Weibo took a big hit there up towards He. Not quite down just yet though, but he's on life support. Trying to control this ridge side. Irina do not have to move as of yet though, but it's Weibo who would love to control this ground.
How good this team's looked. Late circle with them having good manpower, 4 of them still being alive. There's so much that could be done. You get the replay here of the takedown onto Romeo. It was a nice nade from Moana that blew him out of the runnings of ending it right here, right now. So the fight continues. And on our very screens, it's Aura that are being pushed in by Thunder Talks. Quick peeks, more damage done. Jiggle out of commission. Sleepy hit from the side of the arena. Sky looking to handle it all on his lonesome now.
Sky hitting some good shots, but it's Irina looking down this way. 18 bullets in the M4. Not a lot of ammunition to take this game further for Irina. A nade goes through. Sky's not done yet. But AJ finally put him down there. 4 Thunder Talks down to 2 players. 1 player could be res back up again, but Irina keep peeking.
I know there's chances. Seeing if they can grab onto this. Quick peeks in, trying to keep their focus on either side though, with the rotation in for the backline. Weibo, we've got Suk scouting out in the vehicle to get a read on the lay of the land as well, but not overextending too far. He can still get back to the squad.
Unfortunately for Weibo now, there is just not enough players in the lobby to even get the eliminations that they need to hit a match point. So a good game from Weibo to catch up, but you're still opening the door now for APG and Yangon in that next game. But I respect that Weibo was more looking here for a strong game. They didn't overegg the pudding. They didn't push too far out. They're just trying to catch up. And this is a difficult scenario a lot of teams get themselves into, is to play scared, to play under pressure and make mistakes in these final moments. But Weibo's playing it calm. They know that even a podium finish is fantastic for them here in the playoffs.
And it's no guarantee, even with those 2 teams being in the smash zone, that they will just end it early. So for Weibo, walking away with another chicken dinner and getting as close to the margin as possible, it would be unreal to set them up for an opportunity to be another horse in that race.
There's absolutely time for this team. Tony K continuing to send shots, ringing down towards E-Arena's position. Get further towards this endgame. Team Secret been very quiet up towards the castle. They'll have to leave those ramparts soon.
Undertalks in the arena. That's been what's taking so much of the attention. But for Weibo, is it finally time to go? They've got the vehicles to work with. Focus back over from Joker. He's a man that's done so much time and time again for this team. He's got backup and the nades are raining over. Chip damage in from Order. Looking for the prime on the follow-ups as well. Mormon got to cast further back. Find any kind of cover to play with here. Top himself up. Order taking a bit of chip damage of his own though. Low at the minute. Hops in the vehicle. Playing with his mates.
Team Secret sent the soldiers out the drawbridge. But let's see if Weibo can draw this fight to an end, or will it be E-Arena standing tall over the top? A lot of damage going through. 33Z has to back this off. Sakura just trying to give that information back, but Team Secret gets ever closer to Weibo. Soup's able to run down T24. Sakura is directly in the sightlines. What is this?
Oh, Sakura! He saw the opportunity to crash with the bonnet and shut down Order, but the damage is coming back from Sook up close and personal. They go for the commit, but it doesn't work how they wanted it to. It's fragmented either squad, yes, but no one's walked away the winner yet.
Weibo needs to quickly get back up on their feet. They're healing right now. Order being dropped back up into position. Sook makes a quick swing by, adrift. But it is Tony K to stay alive. Two nades that could be dastardly. And Team Secret yet to make a mark on this engagement.
So closely grouped, the difference of that nade being on target could be incredibly influential for him. One left to play with. They're starting to spread themselves out. Good decision making. Pulls out the primary. Bullets down range. Connections are clean. But 33Z tries to zip back in from the side.
A fight on two fronts, but now Team Secret has to take the fight over towards Thundertalks, who have stormed the castle.
And the siege looks good so far, but the problem is Secret clash back. The thunder is gone, and Weibo is here, trying to keep this intensity going whilst they know that Secret are weakened, and they are finding what they need.
Inside the church, the bars on the window, a prison cell for Team Secret as more bullets rain through. Tony K, the final player now here for E-Arena, but Weibo looking to finish strong.
Inches away from another chicken dinner, and Order looks to command respect, runs in with the DPS, fires out the shots, the paranoia kicking in, and E-Arena are going down as Weibo stands strong in the lobby and in the arena. This team is back for blood and proving that they've still got the fight in them.
Weibo, once again, what a win from them. They are not giving up today. It has been a gigantic performance from them. And they are catching up. These teams in the front better breathe heavy right now because they need to get a move on.
The eruption from this team. The knock-on effect of the crowd going wild. The support is here in droves. The fans at home will be ecstatic with this result. But it is the first step. More to be done for them, Blank. They are close, but there are teams that are even closer. The intensity keeps on building. Do not go anywhere as the action reaches its climax.
This land is calling.
Pulsar Legionnaire available now. First outfit with special head animations and voice lines. The Pulsar Legionnaire set comes with its own super cute voice lines that can be toggled on or off.
What happened? Bye, friend. Hello, Earth. I'm here.
It also features the upgradable Hyperion ship DSR and Jet Reaver glider with special animations. Experience parachuting like never before. That's not all. Even more rewards await. Event period, July 25th, 2025 through August 26th, 2025. What are you waiting for? Get the new guild set now.
나 오른쪽으로 같이 해줄게. 준비다. 천천히 해.
피킹 안 해도 돼.
둘이랑 긴 거도.
우리가 둘 바위랑 이거. 그냥 받아먹으면 돼.
앞에
받아먹으면 돼.
바위
안 내밀어도 돼. 형만 내밀지 마.
삼각바위 하나.
이제 나온다.
삼각바위 하나. 삼각바위 하나 더.
나이스.
야, 나이스 주세요. 아, 나이스 주세요.
我的意思是这架龙能去左下的吗？可以，至少可以打，至少可以打，再让他们可以顶着。我打这个知道。别急，有个人手，我看到一个，我看到一个，你们别担心。叫我，你们说，他只叫我。牛逼，我就一个，你翻上来，就在眼里边，牛逼，带他，牛逼。
Are we witnessing one of the greatest comebacks in PUBG Mobile history? A back-to-back chicken dinner when they needed it the most here to try and claim that trophy right there. Weibo with another win to get things rolling. They are so close to putting themselves in the smash zone here. Joining me, actually Seven this time, alongside Neptura to talk about this one. Neptura, a back-to-back at this point, in this moment, in this tournament is insane.
Especially the way they've been able to do it. They're not just sneaking in a win here and there. They are taking control of these games, doing what they need to do, and saying, we are here. We are actually that third team that will make that smash